medieval castles were not built for romance. They were built because the medieval world was dangerous, divided, hungry, ambitious, and afraid. Long before they became quiet ruins on green hills, castles were living structures of stone, timber, smoke, command, protection, punishment, and power. A castle was not only something people looked at, it was something people lived under. To a peasant in the fields below, the castle might mean protection if raiders came, but it might also mean rent, labor, obligation, judgment, and the presence of a lord whose authority reached into the village. To a noble family inside the walls, it could mean safety, status, inheritance, and control. To a servant, it meant endless work in cold rooms, smoky kitchens, damp corridors, and crowded yards. To a prisoner, it meant stone, iron, waiting, and fear. To an enemy, it meant delay, danger, and the possibility that an entire campaign could be stopped by one stubborn fortress on a hill. The castle was a building, but it was also a message. It said, "This land is held." It said, "This road is watched." It said, "This river crossing is controlled." It said, "Someone above you has the right to command." And for centuries, across much of medieval Europe, that message shaped the lives of everyone who lived within its shadow. To understand medieval castles, we should not begin with towers, banners, or grand halls. We should begin with the world that needed them, a world where central authority was often weak, where kings could be distant, where rival nobles fought for land and influence, where armed men moved through the countryside, where villages could be raided, where inheritance disputes could become violence, and where power had to be visible to be believed. In the ancient Roman world, power had often been expressed through cities, roads, walls, forts, laws, armies, and imperial administration. But after Rome's Western Empire weakened and changed, Western Europe entered a long period where authority became more local, more personal, more fragmented, and more tied to land. This process was uneven. It did not happen everywhere in the same way or at the same time, but in many regions, especially after the early Middle Ages deepened into the age of feudal lordship, power gathered around men who could defend territory, command warriors, collect dues, and hold fortified places. The castle rose from this world. It was not born as a fairy tale palace. It was born as an answer to insecurity. At first, many castles were not the massive stone fortresses people imagine today. Early medieval castles could be timber structures, earthworks, fortified halls, hilltop enclosures, or motte and bailey designs. A motte was an artificial or natural mound, and on top of it stood a wooden tower or keep. Below or beside it lay the bailey, an enclosed courtyard protected by ditch, palisade, bank, and gate. Such castles could be built far more quickly than great stone fortresses. could appear in a landscape like sudden announcements of new power. That speed mattered. A lord did not always need an ancient stone wall to dominate a region. Sometimes he needed height, timber, a ditch, armed men, and the will to hold the place. From a raised mound, watchers could see approaching movement. From behind a palisade, defenders could resist attack. From the enclosed bailey, animals, supplies, servants, and soldiers could be managed. The castle became a center from which surrounding land could be controlled. The ordinary villager might watch such a structure rise and understand that the world had changed. A wooden tower on a mound could alter the meaning of a valley. It could make a lord's authority more immediate. It could change where people brought disputes. It could demand labor for construction and maintenance. It could guard roads, mills, bridges, and markets. It could shelter people in time of danger, but it could also project fear outward. It could become a refuge, a storehouse, a court, and a threat. The castle was never neutral. If these quiet journeys through the past help you rest, you can stay with this channel as we continue building a calm library of empires, cities, rulers, battles, disasters, and forgotten lives. For now, let the noise of the present fade and step slowly toward the first walls of the medieval castle. The world before castles was not empty of fortification. People had built defenses for thousands of years. Hill forts, city walls, Roman forts, fortified towns, watchtowers, earthworks, and strongholds of many kinds. Human beings had long understood that height, walls, water, ditches, gates, and controlled entrances could mean survival. But the medieval castle had its own special place because it joined military defense with personal lordship. It was not simply a wall around a community. It was often the fortified seat of a ruling household. A castle made social hierarchy visible. The lord lived above. The village worked below. The road bent around the walls. The chapel inside served the noble household. The hall received guests, vassals, servants, petitioners, messengers, and sometimes enemies. The gate controlled entry. The tower watched. Even from a distance, the castle arranged imagination. A person looking up at it could feel the shape of authority. The structure did not need to move. It did not need to speak. Its existence did the work. Stone and timber could dominate silently. This is why castles were often placed carefully. A hilltop castle could command a view and resist attack. A river castle could control crossing and trade. A border castle could hold a frontier between rival powers. A castle near a town could protect it or dominate it. A castle beside a road could make travelers aware that movement itself belonged to power. Some castles grew from older defensive sites. Others were planted deliberately into contested landscapes. Location was strategy. A castle in the wrong place was a heavy mistake. A castle in the right place could shape politics for generations. Imagine a valley in the 11th or 12th century. There are fields, woodland, a river crossing, scattered villages, perhaps a church, perhaps a small market, perhaps roads used by carts, pilgrims, merchants, and armed men. Then a lord builds a motte and bailey on a rise above the river. Timber is cut. Earth is moved. Labor is demanded. Men sweat with shovels, baskets, axes, ropes, and animals. The mound grows. The ditch deepens. The palisade rises. A tower appears. The landscape now has a center of command. Everyone sees it. Farmers in the field see it. Travelers see it. The priest sees it. Rivals see it. The Lord's enemies see it. And the people who built it by labor of their own hands may feel both safer and more controlled. That contradiction lies at the heart of castles. A castle could protect the countryside from raiders, but it could also protect the Lord from the countryside. It could shelter villagers in danger, but it could also enforce dues from those same villagers. It could store grain against crisis, but that grain might belong to the Lord, not the hungry poor. It could bring order, but order often meant obedience. The castle was both shield and fist. For the noble family, the castle offered something deeply valuable: security in a world where violence could be local, sudden, and personal. Inheritance disputes could lead to armed conflict. Neighboring lords could raid each other's lands. Royal authority could weaken. Rebels could rise. A rival claimant could appear with armed followers. A lord who held an unfortified hall might be vulnerable. A lord behind walls could negotiate from strength. The castle gave time. That may be its most important military function. A field army can win battles, but a castle can delay, resist, exhaust, and complicate. An attacker cannot simply walk through a wall. He must besiege, assault, starve, undermine, burn, batter, or negotiate. Every day a castle holds is a day for allies to arrive, enemies to run out of supplies, weather to worsen, disease to spread in the besieging camp, or political conditions to change. Castles made conquest slower. They turned war into patience. This is one reason the medieval landscape could become dotted with fortresses. Holding land was not only about winning battles in open fields. It was about controlling strongpoints. A lord could lose ground, but still hold a castle. An invader could move through territory, but find authority impossible to secure, while fortresses remained hostile behind him. Castles anchored power. They made land difficult to swallow whole. But inside the first castle worlds, life was not grand. The early timber castle was practical, crowded, and rough. Wooden buildings filled the bailey. Stables, storage sheds, workshops, kitchens, barracks, perhaps a chapel, perhaps living quarters, depending on wealth and need. Animals, servants, soldiers, craftsmen, carts, barrels, weapons, firewood, grain, and mud all shared space. The castle yard could be noisy, dirty, smoky, and busy. It was not a clean, romantic courtyard of flowers and polished stone. It was a working compound. The great hall where the Lord received people and held meals was central. It was both public and domestic, ceremonial and practical. A hall could display status through size, seating, decoration, food, fire, and the ability to gather people. But it could also be smoky, cold near the edges, crowded, and full of movement. Servants carried food. Dogs might be present. Retainers ate. Visitors waited. People slept in halls or nearby spaces, depending on rank and arrangement. Medieval privacy was limited even among the elite. A noble household was not a quiet modern family tucked away from servants. It was a public organism. The Lord's life was witnessed by retainers, guests, chaplains, servants, guards, messengers, and dependents. To live nobly was to be seen. Meals were displays. Seating showed rank. Clothing showed wealth. Hospitality showed power. The hall was the stage where social order could be performed daily. The castle, therefore, was not only military, it was theatrical. But the theater was built on labor. Servants carried water, wood, food, linen, rushes, candles, tools, messages, bedding, and waste. Cooks worked near heat and smoke. Stable hands managed animals. Guards watched gates and walls. Smiths, carpenters, masons, laundresses, bakers, brewers, scullions, pages, grooms, clerks, priests, and many others might be attached to larger castles. Even smaller castles required constant maintenance. A wall does not remain strong by itself. A roof leaks. A gate warps. A ditch silts. A palisade rots. A tower needs repair. A well must be protected. Food must be stored. Weapons must be kept ready. Castle life was maintenance made visible in stone and timber. The beauty we see in ruins today hides the daily work that kept them alive. A modern visitor may walk through a quiet gatehouse and admire the arch. But in its living years, that gatehouse was a point of control. Someone watched who entered. Someone questioned travelers. Someone raised or lowered barriers. Someone feared surprise. Someone stood in cold wind. Someone carried keys. The gate was not decorative. It was the most vulnerable and most important opening in the castle's body. Every castle had to solve the problem of entry. A wall protects only if the opening is controlled. Gates became elaborate because attackers understood that breaking through the entrance could mean victory. A simple doorway was not enough. Over time, stronger castles developed gatehouses, portcullises, murder holes, drawbridges, barbicans, towers, and angled approaches. The point was to slow the enemy, expose him, trap him, and make every step dangerous. But in earlier castles, even simpler gates carried meaning. To pass through a castle gate was to enter another world. Outside lay fields, villages, roads, and the wider land. Inside lay command. The gate separated not only space, but status. A peasant bringing goods, a messenger carrying news, a vassal summoned to attend, a prisoner dragged inside, a guest arriving for hospitality, a servant returning from market, each passed through the same opening, but not with the same feeling. For some, the gate meant work. For some, protection. For some, fear. For some, honor. For some, captivity. This layered meaning is one of the reasons castles remain so powerful in imagination. They are simple shapes from far away, towers, walls, battlements, but inside, they contained many lives and many emotions. The lord's daughter learning manners in an upper chamber. The cook sweating over a great hearth. The guard bored and cold on the wall. The prisoner listening to footsteps above. The mason repairing a cracked tower. The chaplain praying in the chapel. The horse stamping in the stable. The servant carrying a bucket before sunrise. The village man waiting nervously to speak with an official. A castle was a small world compressed behind walls, but its power stretched far beyond them. The surrounding countryside sustained it. A castle did not feed itself. It depended on rents, dues, fields, forests, mills, markets, tenants, and labor. Grain came from peasant fields. Meat came from animals. Fish from ponds, rivers, or trade. Wood from forests. Stone from quarries. Iron from mines and smiths. Cloth from spinners, weavers, merchants, and servants. Wine, spices, salt, wax, and finer goods moved through networks of trade. Even a powerful castle rested on invisible roads of supply. If those supplies failed, the castle suffered. This was especially true in siege. A castle could look strong from outside, but strength depended on stores, water, morale, and time. Walls mattered, but so did bread. A besieged castle with high walls and an empty granary was in danger. A smaller fortress with a secure well, careful stores, and disciplined defenders might endure longer than expected. Medieval warfare often came down not to dramatic assaults, but to hunger. Siege turned the castle into a closed stomach. Every mouth mattered. Every sack of grain mattered. Every animal mattered. Every barrel of water or ale mattered. Every disease inside the walls mattered. This is why castles needed planning even in peace. A wise household stored supplies, maintained wells or cisterns, guarded food, and thought about danger before danger came. But not every castle was well prepared. Not every lord was wise. Not every year produced enough surplus. A sudden attack could trap people before stores were ready. Refugees from surrounding villages might crowd inside, increasing pressure. Animals driven within the walls could provide food, but also filth, noise, and disease. The castle as refuge could become the castle as prison. The first history of castles, then, is not a clean story of stronger, and stronger walls. It is a story of insecurity becoming architecture. It is the story of power settling into landscape. It is the story of noble households protecting themselves, projecting authority, and shaping the lives below. It is the story of timber rising quickly, then stone replacing timber where wealth allowed. It is the story of defense, fear, ambition, labor, and control. Stone changed the castle's meaning again. A timber castle could be strong, but wood burns and decays. Stone promised permanence. It required greater expense, more skilled labor, longer construction, and more resources. A stone keep rising above a landscape was not only a defensive improvement, it was a declaration of wealth and endurance. It told everyone nearby that the Lord had the resources to build something that might outlast generations. Stone made authority feel older even when it was new. This was one of the castle's greatest tricks. A newly built tower could make power appear inevitable. People born after its construction might grow up believing it had always been there. Children in the village would see it from infancy. Its walls would become part of the horizon. Its presence would shape what felt normal. Power works best when it becomes landscape. The castle made lordship part of the view. But stone also brought cold. Inside stone walls, life could be uncomfortable even for the wealthy. Thick walls held damp. Rooms could be dark. Windows, especially in earlier periods or defensive parts, were small. Fireplaces helped, but heat did not spread like modern heating. Tapestries, wall hangings, rushes, shutters, and enclosed chambers improved comfort. But castles were often cold, smoky, drafty, and hard to keep clean. The romantic image of a castle as luxurious can be misleading. Some castles were richly furnished, but comfort was uneven and depended greatly on wealth, period, climate, and function. A castle could be magnificent and miserable at the same time. The lord might eat better than peasants, sleep on better bedding, wear finer clothes, and enjoy status, music, hunting, and hospitality. But he still lived in a world of smoke, cold, disease, poor sanitation by modern standards, political danger, and constant household management. The elite had comforts the poor could not imagine, but they did not live in modern ease. This matters because castles are often misunderstood in two directions. Some imagine them as fairy tale palaces of romance. Others imagine them only as grim military prisons. The truth is more interesting. Castles were many things at once: homes, fortresses, courts, storehouses, symbols, administrative centers, workplaces, prisons, chapels, and social theaters. Their character changed depending on time, place, wealth, war, season, and the people inside them. A border castle during war felt different from a noble residence in a peaceful region. A royal fortress felt different from a minor lord's timber stronghold. A castle under siege felt different from a castle hosting a wedding. A castle in winter felt different from a castle at harvest time. A castle was not one mood, it was a changing organism. As the medieval centuries moved forward, castles evolved. Timber gave way to stone in many places. Simple keeps became more complex fortifications. Curtain walls enclosed larger areas. Towers became rounder in some regions to resist undermining and deflect missiles better than square corners. Gatehouses grew stronger. Defensive planning became more sophisticated. Crusading, contact with different military traditions, and repeated warfare influenced design. Engineers learned. Attackers learned. Builders responded. The castle was an arms race in architecture. Every improvement in attack demanded improvement in defense. Siege towers, ladders, rams, mining, fire, trebuchets, mangonels, and later gunpowder all challenged walls in different ways. A castle that seemed nearly invincible in one century could appear vulnerable in another. No fortress was perfect forever. Military technology changes the meaning of stone. But in the early story, before the great age of artillery, castles gave defenders enormous advantage. A wall allowed fewer men to resist larger forces. A ditch slowed approach. Height gave vision and power. A tower allowed missiles to be thrown or shot downward. A gatehouse could turn entry into a killing zone. A castle on a hill forced attackers to climb under fire. A well-stocked fortress could wait while the besieger's army suffered from weather, disease, boredom, and supply problems. Patience favored walls, but walls also created isolation. Inside a castle during danger, time changed. People listened for sounds outside. Axes, shouts, stones striking walls, animals crying, enemy movement in darkness, miners digging below, the creak of siege engines, the dull rhythm of fear. Days passed. Food was counted. Water was guarded. Wounded men groaned. Tempers sharpened. The chapel filled with prayer. The Lord had to appear confident because fear spreads quickly in enclosed spaces. A castle could hold soldiers, servants, noble family members, craftsmen, refugees, prisoners, animals, and stores all at once. During siege, hierarchy remained, but everyone shared confinement. The noble family may have eaten better at first, but if the siege lengthened, hunger narrowed distinctions. Disease did not fully respect rank. Smoke, waste, overcrowding, and fear entered every corner. Protection always has a price. The castle protected people by enclosing them, and enclosure can become terror. Yet for those outside, the castle might remain the last hope. Villagers seeing raiders approach might flee toward its walls if allowed. They might bring animals, children, small goods, and fear. The castle could become a crowded ark of local survival. But not every castle had space for everyone. Not every lord opened gates freely. Some villagers might be left outside. Others might find that safety inside meant hunger and disease if the danger lasted. This relationship between castle and village is essential. The castle above and the village below were tied together in need and inequality. The castle needed peasant labor and food. The village might need castle protection. The lord claimed authority over villagers. Villagers claimed, sometimes, that the lord owed protection and justice in return. Medieval society often imagined hierarchy as mutual obligation, though in reality, the burden was rarely equal. The castle made that unequal bargain visible. It stood above the fields, consuming their produce and promising their defense. Sometimes it fulfilled that promise. Sometimes it failed. Sometimes it was the danger. A cruel lord in a castle could oppress the countryside more effectively because walls protected him. A robber baron or violent noble could use a castle as a base for raiding, extortion, and intimidation. This is why kings sometimes sought to control castle building. Unauthorized castles could threaten royal authority and local peace. Fortress in the hands of a rebel or rival could become a center of disorder. Castles did not automatically mean safety. They could make private violence stronger. A castle concentrated power. Whether that power protected or exploited depended on who held it. This is why the history of castles is inseparable from the history of law, kingship, and state building. Strong kings wanted to control castles. Weak kings found themselves challenged by them. Conquerors built castles to dominate new lands. Rebels seized castles to resist kings. Royal officials used castles as administrative centers. Border lords built them to hold frontier zones. A castle could be loyal today and rebellious tomorrow. Stone does not have politics, but the people who hold stone do. In England, after the Norman conquest, castles became especially important symbols and instruments of control. The Normans built castles rapidly to secure their rule over a conquered land. Many were motte and bailey structures at first, later rebuilt in stone where needed. To the local population, these castles could feel like foreign power made visible. They were not just defenses against outside enemies. They were tools of occupation and administration. This pattern appears in different forms elsewhere too. Castles often marked conquest, colonization, lordship, frontier expansion, and social control. A castle could tell local people that power had changed hands. It could anchor new rulers in unfamiliar territory. It could watch over rebellious regions. It could guard trade routes, bridges, mountain passes, and river valleys. Where power was contested, castles multiplied. The map of castles is often a map of fear, but also of ambition. Lords built castles because they wanted to hold, display, and inherit power. A castle could become the heart of a dynasty. Marriages, births, deaths, inheritances, betrayals, and alliances might all pass through its hall. A noble child could grow up learning that the walls represented family identity. The castle was not only a possession, it was a memory machine. Ancestors had defended it. Fathers had improved it. Mothers had managed households within it. Sons would inherit it. Daughters might be married from it. Enemies might covet it. To lose a castle could mean losing honor, land, security, and future. To hold one could mean survival. This emotional meaning explains why people sometimes endured desperate sieges rather than surrender quickly. A castle was not just stone. It was a claim. It was proof that a family belonged to power. Surrendering it could be practical, but also humiliating. Keeping it could be costly, but glorious. Medieval honor often lived in such choices. Yet, while nobles thought of honor, servants thought of work. This contrast will matter as we move deeper into the castle's interior. The same walls that displayed noble identity enclosed hundreds of practical tasks. Bread had to be baked, ale brewed, meat salted, fish stored, fires fed, rushes changed, laundry washed, waste removed, horses cared for, armor maintained, candles made or bought, beds prepared, guests received, floors swept, messages sent, chapel prepared, children watched, prisoners guarded. The castle was a machine of labor before it was a monument. If we stand outside a medieval castle at dusk, we might see the towers first. That is what survives in imagination. Stone against the sky, narrow windows, battlements, a gate darkening as the sun lowers, perhaps a flag or banner moving in the wind. Below, fields settle into evening. A village sends smoke upward. Cattle return. The church bell sounds. Somewhere in the castle, a cook curses the heat. A guard rubs cold hands. A noblewoman speaks with a steward. A child runs through a passage until scolded. A prisoner listens to footsteps. A servant carries water. The castle is alive, not peaceful, not purely grim. Alive. It breathes through fires, voices, hooves, bells, hinges, chains, prayers, footsteps, and the slow work of power maintaining itself. This is where our journey begins, not with the romantic castle of storybooks, but with the living castle of medieval reality. Born from fear, raised by labor, strengthened by ambition, and tied to the villages below it, the castle became one of the defining structures of the medieval world. It protected, it threatened, it housed, it imprisoned, it displayed, it endured. And for everyone who lived near it, inside it, beneath it, or against it, the castle was never just stone. It was the shape of power made visible. As night gathers over the first walls, the gate closes. The last cart enters. The guard lowers the bar. Smoke rises from the kitchens. A chapel candle burns. The village below grows quiet. The road darkens. Somewhere beyond the fields, danger may be moving, or perhaps only wind in the trees. Inside the walls, people settle into uneasy safety. Outside the walls, the castle watches, and the medieval world, divided between fear and protection, begins to sleep beneath its shadow. When morning returns, the castle is already there before anyone fully wakes. It stands against the pale sky, not yet golden, not yet warm, just a dark shape above the damp fields. The village below stirs slowly. Smoke begins to rise from cottage roofs. A rooster calls somewhere near a muddy yard. A child coughs. A woman steps out carrying a wooden bucket. A man lifts a tool from beside the doorway and looks, for a moment, toward the hill. The castle does not move. That is part of its power. It waits. In the half-light, before the day has filled with voices, it seems less like a building and more like a fact of nature. The hill, the church, the river, the fields, the road, the woods, and above them all, the walls. For anyone born beneath it, the castle could feel as if it had always belonged there. Children might grow up thinking the tower was as old as the sky. They would learn the shape of it before they learned the names of distant kings. They would know which path led toward the gate, which road avoided it, which fields belonged to the Lord, which days required work, which bells meant prayer, and which summons meant trouble. But every castle began as an interruption. Before the walls, there was a landscape. There may have been a hill covered in grass, thorn bushes, and grazing animals. There may have been a bend in a river where carts crossed slowly and travelers paused. There may have been a ridge above a road, a cliff above a valley, a rocky island in a marsh, or the remains of an older Roman fort, hill fort, or settlement. There may have been nothing at all except a place from which a determined lord could see far and be seen. Then men arrived with orders, and the landscape changed. To build a castle was not simply to place stone on earth. It was to reorganize the world around a point of authority. Trees were cut. Earth was dug. Roads were redirected. Quarries were opened. Carts creaked beneath loads. Oxen strained in mud. Men carried baskets of soil, timber beams, stones, lime, sand, water, tools, ropes, iron fittings, and food for workers. The quiet hill became a place of shouting, hammering, scraping, sawing, dragging, and command. The first castles were often born in speed. A lord who needed control quickly could not always wait decades for a grand stone fortress. In a tense region, a timber castle could rise with astonishing force. Earth was piled into a mound. A ditch was cut around it. Wooden stakes were driven into banks. A palisade rose like a line of sharpened teeth. At the top of the mound, a tower was built, heavy, rough, defensive, and watchful. Beside it, the bailey enclosed the living and working yard. Stables, storage buildings, huts, sheds, kitchens, perhaps a chapel, perhaps a hall. This was the Mott and Bailey Castle, one of the most important early forms in medieval Europe. It was not beautiful in the later Romantic sense. It was raw, practical, and intimidating. Its strength came from earth, height, timber, ditch, and control of entry. The mound made attackers climb. The ditch slowed them. The palisade stopped them. The tower watched them. The gate judged them. Even if built of wood, such a castle could dominate a district because dominance is not always about elegance. Often it is about position, speed, and the ability to survive long enough for enemies to fail. Imagine the villagers watching its construction. Some may have been ordered to work on it. Some may have brought timber. Some may have dug earth. Some may have supplied carts or animals. Some may have resented every hour, because every hour spent on the Lord's construction was an hour not spent on their own fields. Others may have felt relief, especially if raiders or rival lords had troubled the region. A castle meant burden, but it could also mean shelter. It meant command, but it could also mean protection. Medieval people often lived inside such contradictions without the comfort of choosing only one meaning. The castle was raised by hands that might later fear it, and once raised, it altered how space felt. A hill that had once been open now had a boundary. A path that once crossed freely now approached a guarded gate. Timber that had once stood as woodland now stood as wall. Earth that had once held grass now held a mound of authority. The very ground had been taught to obey. Over time, many timber castles were rebuilt in stone. Some never were. Some disappeared. Some burned. Some rotted. Some were abandoned when politics changed or when stronger fortifications were built elsewhere. But where wealth, strategy, and ambition aligned, stone replaced wood, and the temporary announcement became a permanent one. Stone was slower. Stone demanded more. It required quarrymen to cut blocks from the earth. It required masons who understood shape, weight, pressure, corners, arches, mortar, and height. It required lime burning, which itself demanded fuel. It required transport, often one of the greatest difficulties. A stone block is heavy. Roads were poor, weather mattered, wheels sank, bridges broke, animals tired, men argued. Lord might have money and command, but the physical world still resisted him. Every castle is also a story of logistics. Before a wall could rise, materials had to move. If stone existed nearby, the work was easier. If not, stone might be brought from miles away, slowly and expensively. Timber was still needed for scaffolding, floors, roofs, hoardings, doors, beams, ladders, carts, and temporary supports. Iron was needed for hinges, nails, clamps, locks, chains, weapons, tools, and fittings. Water was needed for mortar and workers. Food was needed for everyone. Skilled labor had to be found, paid, compelled, housed, or fed. The castle's visible strength rested on invisible networks of effort. A noble might point to a tower and call it his, but thousands of acts made it possible. A mason shaping a block in cold wind, a boy carrying water, a carter cursing a broken wheel, a woman preparing food for laborers, a smith repairing a tool, a carpenter setting scaffolding, a quarryman lifting a hammer again and again, an overseer measuring progress, a clerk noting expenses, a peasant losing days of fieldwork to forced labor, an ox pulling until its shoulders strained beneath the yoke. Stone walls look silent now, but they were born in noise. And not every wall rose cleanly. Construction could take years, sometimes decades. A castle might begin as one kind of structure and become another as wealth grew or threats changed. A lord might add a stone keep to a timber bailey. A son might replace his father's wall. A later generation might build towers, a stronger gatehouse, a chapel, a great hall, domestic chambers, kitchens, stables, or outer defenses. Castles were rarely frozen designs. They changed like families changed. They carried scars, additions, repairs, ambitions, and anxieties. A castle was not only built once, it was continually becoming. This matters when we picture medieval castles. The perfect shape we imagine may never have existed all at one time. One tower might be older than another. One wall might show haste. Another might show wealth. A chapel might be added after a marriage. A gatehouse might be strengthened after a rebellion. A curtain wall might be repaired after a siege. A comfortable chamber might be built when the family wanted more privacy and status. A kitchen might move because fire was dangerous. A well might be deepened because water was life. The castle grew in conversation with danger, and danger had many forms. There was the danger of attack, of course, but also the danger of fire, hunger, disease, betrayal, political instability, bad inheritance, weak rulers, ambitious neighbors, rebellious tenants, and simple decay. A castle that was not maintained became weakness disguised as stone. Mortar failed, roofs leaked, wood rotted, iron rusted, ditches filled with silt, wells were contaminated, gates sagged, stairs cracked, walls settled, towers leaned. A lord who wanted power had to keep repairing the shape of power. Maintenance was authority repeated. Every year, the castle had to be reminded to remain a castle. The placement of the castle determined much of its character. A hilltop castle announced domination dramatically. From below, it looked unreachable, severe, almost heavenly in height, though its meaning was entirely earthly. Attackers had to climb. Defenders could see far. The village below remained visually beneath power. A river castle had another kind of strength. It could control crossings, collect tolls, guard trade, and use water as defense. A castle near a bridge could command movement. Whoever held the bridge could influence merchants, armies, messengers, pilgrims, and local traffic. In a world where roads were slow and river crossings mattered, this could be enormous power. A border castle existed in a more anxious mood. Its walls faced not only local disputes, but larger political tension. It might be stocked more carefully, garrisoned more heavily, and strengthened more often. It might change hands. It might hear different languages. It might be built not for comfort, but for vigilance. Life there could be lonely, militarized, and hard. A castle near a town could become protector, rival, or master. Some towns grew under castle protection. Others resented castle domination. A royal castle could represent the king's law. A noble castle could represent private authority. A hostile castle could threaten trade. A friendly castle could shelter wealth. The relationship between town and castle could be cooperative, tense, or openly violent, depending on the period and people. No castle stood alone in meaning. Even an isolated fortress was tied to roads, fields, rivers, loyalties, supplies, taxes, and fear. The outer appearance of a stone castle served both defense and display. Thick walls resisted attack, but they also impressed. Towers allowed defenders to watch and shoot along walls, but they also gave the skyline drama. Battlements offered protection for soldiers, but they also made the castle instantly recognizable as a place of war. A high keep could serve as last refuge, residence, symbol, or all three. Even the shape of the approach mattered. A winding road toward a gate could expose visitors to the castle's gaze before they entered. Power likes to make people feel small before they arrive. Approaching a castle was an experience. A traveler might first see it from far away, a dark edge on a hill. As he came closer, the road might climb or narrow. The walls would grow larger. The gate would become visible. Perhaps guards stood above. Perhaps a ditch lay before the entrance. Perhaps a bridge crossed it. Perhaps the traveler smelled horses, smoke, wet earth, and refuse. Perhaps he heard hammering from inside, dogs barking, men calling, carts moving, a gate chain shifting. The castle that looked silent from far away became alive up close. The gate was the most important threshold. In strong castles, it became a machine of delay. A drawbridge could be raised. A portcullis could fall. Heavy doors could be barred. Murder holes allowed defenders to attack those trapped below. Arrow slits allowed defenders to shoot while protected. A barbican could force attackers through a narrow, exposed approach. Towers flanking the gate allowed crossfire. The entrance was designed to turn courage into vulnerability. But even when not under attack, the gate controlled daily life. It decided who entered with honor and who entered with suspicion. It was where messengers arrived dusty from roads, where peasants brought goods, where carts rolled in, where prisoners crossed from daylight into confinement, where guests were greeted, where guards searched, questioned, joked, waited, and watched. The gate was both door and judgment. Beyond the gate lay the bailey or courtyard, and here the castle's daily body revealed itself. Modern viewers often imagine the courtyard as empty, clean, and grand. In reality, it could be crowded and practical. There might be stables with horses stamping and snorting, storehouses with barrels, sacks, tools, and salted goods, kitchens with smoke and heat, workshops where repairs were made, a well or cistern guarded carefully, servants crossing with baskets, chickens wandering, dogs underfoot, carts unloading, soldiers cleaning equipment, boys running errands, a priest moving toward the chapel, a steward giving orders, a smith hammering iron, a cook shouting for more wood. The courtyard was the castle's working heart. Mud did not stop at the gate. Neither did smell. A castle, especially in busy times, carried the odors of animal dung, smoke, sweat, damp wool, cooked meat, stale rushes, leather, iron, ale, wax, wet stone, and human waste. Wealth could soften medieval life, but it did not remove its physical reality. Even noble places were full of smells modern people would find overpowering. The castle kitchen was one of the busiest and most dangerous places. Fire was necessary and terrifying. Food for large households required huge effort. Bread, meat, pottage, sauces, fish, pies, roasted animals, ale, and preserved foods all moved through kitchen labor. In great castles, cooking could become a major operation, especially when guests arrived. Feasts were not simply meals. They were political performances. To feed many people well was to display power, but the workers behind such display lived in heat, smoke, pressure, and exhaustion. A cook in a castle served status, not comfort. The great hall was where that status became visible. It could be the largest interior space, with a central hearth or fireplaces, long tables, benches, rush-covered floors, hangings, and a raised dais where the lord and high-ranking guests sat. Seating mattered deeply. Medieval hierarchy entered the room and sat down in order. Who sat near the lord, who stood, who served, who waited, who ate later, who received better food. All of this spoke a language everyone understood. The hall was where meals, judgments, ceremonies, negotiations, entertainments, and household life unfolded. It was not private. It was public power under a roof. A lord in his hall was not merely eating. He was showing that he could command food, people, space, warmth, and attention. But beyond the hall, castles slowly developed more private spaces, especially as aristocratic life became more refined. Chambers allowed the noble family to withdraw. Solar rooms offered more comfort and light. Chapels allowed worship within the walls. Wardrobes stored clothing and valuables. Smaller rooms multiplied. Yet privacy remained limited by modern standards. Servants entered. Retainers waited. Children, chaplains, guests, attendants, and officials moved through noble life constantly. Even solitude had witnesses. The chapel mattered because a castle was not only military and political, it was spiritual. Nobles wanted divine protection. They sponsored priests, masses, prayers, relics, candles, and sometimes beautiful decoration. A chapel inside a castle reminded everyone that power needed blessing. Before battle, during illness, after childbirth, at death, during siege, and in ordinary days, prayer moved through the castle. A lord could command men, but he still feared God. A lady could manage household affairs, but she still prayed for children, husband, family souls, and protection. A guard could stand on the wall, but he might cross himself at strange sounds in the night. A prisoner in darkness might whisper prayers into stone. The castle chapel gathered all these fears in sacred form. Water was another sacred thing, though in a practical sense. A castle without reliable water was vulnerable. Wells were priceless. Cisterns collected rain. Streams or springs might be enclosed or defended. During siege, water could decide life and death. Attackers might poison or block external sources. Defenders guarded internal supplies. Thirst breaks courage faster than pride admits. The well was often less dramatic than the tower, but more important. Food storage mattered just as much. Granaries, cellars, barrels, salted meat, dried fish, cheese, ale, wine, beans, peas, and preserved goods created endurance. A castle's strength could be measured not only in wall thickness, but in how long its people could eat. Medieval warfare understood this. Starvation was a weapon. Waiting was a weapon. Surrounding a castle and letting hunger do the work could be more effective than throwing men against stone. Every peaceful day inside a castle was partly preparation for the day peace ended. Weapons had to be stored and maintained. Bows, crossbows, arrows, bolts, spears, swords, shields, helmets, mail, later plate armor, stones, timber, tools, and siege supplies all needed attention. Armor rusted, bowstrings weakened, wood warped, leather cracked, metal broke. A castle unready for violence was a body without bones. The walls themselves were designed for active defense. Walkways allowed movement along the top. Battlements gave cover. Arrow slits allowed shooting. Towers projected outward, so defenders could fire along the wall face. Hoardings, temporary wooden galleries, could be added in some contexts to allow defenders to attack those at the base of the wall. Machicolations in later stone designs served similar purposes. The point was not merely to hide behind walls. The point was to make the attacker suffer at every approach. A castle wall was not passive. It was a platform for controlled violence. Yet most days, the wall was a place of waiting. Guards watched fields, roads, woods, weather, travelers, and sometimes nothing at all. Much of military life is boredom, wearing a helmet. A guard might stand in wind, rain, or cold, looking for movement that never came. He might stamp his feet, adjust his cloak, gossip, complain, watch birds, count carts, wonder about food, or fear punishment for sleeping at his post. The romance of guard duty fades quickly when the night is wet. Still, the watch mattered. A castle that failed to see danger early could fall to surprise. So watchers looked outward while the household worked inward. Inside the castle, rank shaped everything. At the top stood the lord and his family, though the lord was often absent, traveling between estates, attending court, fighting, hunting, or managing politics. Castles were not always occupied by the owner. A constable, castellan, steward, or appointed official might manage the fortress. Noble households moved more than many people imagine. The castle could be full one season and quieter another. Below the noble family came knights, men-at-arms, officials, clerks, chaplains, squires, pages, servants of various ranks, craftspeople, laborers, and sometimes hostages or prisoners. Each had duties. Each knew, more or less, where they belonged. Medieval society did not need signs on every door because hierarchy lived in bodies, clothing, speech, posture, and habit. A servant did not confuse himself with a lord. A prisoner did not confuse the gate with freedom. A peasant entering the yard did not forget whose walls surrounded him. Women played central roles in castle life, especially noblewomen who managed households, estates, hospitality, servants, supplies, children, and sometimes defense. When men were absent, women could hold castles, negotiate, command retainers, and preserve family interests. The romantic image of noblewomen merely waiting in towers is far too thin. Castle life required management, intelligence, endurance, and political awareness. A noblewoman might supervise domestic production, arrange marriages, handle correspondence, oversee accounts, direct servants, and represent authority. The lady of the castle could be both vulnerable and powerful. Her world was constrained by gender, family, marriage, childbirth, and politics. But within those constraints, she might exercise real authority. During siege, some women became defenders of castles in practice, organizing resistance or refusing surrender. History remembers only a few clearly, but many more must have carried burdens that records barely preserve. Children in castles grew up inside hierarchy. Noble boys might train toward lordship, warfare, manners, hunting, riding, and command. Noble girls might learn household management, piety, etiquette, marriage politics, and sometimes literacy, depending on family and region. Pages and servants, children learned service by doing. Boys carried messages, served at tables, cared for horses, or trained under superiors. Girls helped with domestic tasks, sewing, food, cleaning, and attendance. The castle taught children early that life had levels. Some would command, some would serve, some would inherit. Some would disappear into labor. The prison spaces of castles remind us that walls did not only keep enemies out, they also kept people in. Not every castle had a deep underground dungeon like modern imagination suggests, but many had secure rooms, towers, pits, or chambers where prisoners could be held. Captivity varied widely. A noble prisoner might be treated according to rank, held for ransom, and given tolerable conditions. A low-status prisoner might suffer far worse. Chains, darkness, cold, hunger, and uncertainty could break a person slowly. To be imprisoned in a castle was to feel the building differently. For the lord, walls meant safety. For the prisoner, walls meant the world had ended. That is the strange moral life of castles. Their meaning changed depending on your position. The same tower that inspired pride in one person inspired dread in another. The same gate that welcomed a guest swallowed a captive. The same hall that displayed hospitality could also pronounce judgment. The same chapel that comforted the household might hear the prayers of the condemned. Stone does not choose its symbolism. People bring their fate to it. And outside, always, the village remained tied to the castle's hunger. The peasants below produced much of what sustained the fortress. They paid rents, owed labor, brought grain, used mills controlled by the lord, attended courts, and lived under the authority the castle represented. From the castle wall, the fields looked orderly. From the field, the castle looked heavy. At sunset, the relationship became visible again. The village smoke rose. The castle smoke rose. The cattle returned below. The horses settled above. The peasant family counted bread. The noble household prepared supper. The guard watched the road. The priest said prayers. The kitchen fires burned. The gate closed. And the stone walls, built from fear and labor, held all those lives in unequal balance. As darkness deepened, the castle became more than architecture. It became sound. Chains, hooves, doors, low voices whined through narrow openings, fire crackle, a cough in a chamber, a dog barking in the yard, a distant bell from the village church, footsteps on a stair, rain striking stone. For those inside, the walls promised safety. For those outside, they promised authority. For those approaching in the dark, they promised danger. And for us, looking back across the centuries, they reveal something simple and powerful about the medieval world. People did not build castles because life was beautiful. They built them because life was uncertain. They built them because land had to be held, food had to be guarded, enemies had to be delayed, status had to be shown, and fear had to be given shape. By the time the last light leaves the sky, the castle no longer appears newly built. It seems ancient again. The hill accepts it. The village sleeps beneath it. The road bends around it. The fields lie dark in its shadow. And behind the walls, the long night of medieval power continues. And behind the walls, The long night of medieval power continues. But when dawn returns again, the castle is not a silent monument. It is a body waking. Before the noble household fully rises, before the hall fills with voices, before horses are saddled, before visitors approach the gate, before the Lord appears in public dignity, the work has already begun in the hidden places. A castle may look still from the outside, its towers dark against the morning sky, but inside, servants move before the important people open their eyes. Fire has to be coaxed back to life. Water has to be carried. Ash has to be cleared. Animals have to be fed. Floors have to be swept. Bread has to be prepared. Doors have to be unbarred. The first sounds of castle life are not trumpets or noble speeches. They are footsteps. They are buckets. They are coughs in cold corridors. They are the scrape of wood, the crackle of flame, the low murmur of tired people beginning another day of service. A castle was never just a lord's home. It was a working household, and like every household before modern machines, it depended on human bodies. Many human bodies. The grander the castle, the more invisible labor it required. The walls that impressed visitors were maintained by people who rarely appeared in stories. The great hall that displayed hospitality was cleaned by servants who did not sit at the high table. The feast that proved noble generosity was cooked by people whose faces were reddened by heat and smoke. The chambers that gave comfort to the elite were warmed, aired, arranged, and supplied by those who lived with far less comfort themselves. Walk inside a medieval castle honestly. We have to follow the work. We begin not in the Lord's chamber, but in the kitchen. The kitchen was one of the most alive places in a castle, and one of the most exhausting. It was a kingdom of fire. Even in smaller castles, cooking for a household required constant effort. In a large castle, especially when the Lord was present with family, retainers, guests, officials, guards, and servants, food preparation became a serious operation. Fires burned hot. Smoke moved through the air. Meat turned on spits. Pots hung over flames. Bread was baked. Pottage simmered. Fish was cleaned. Birds were plucked. Herbs were chopped. Ale was carried. Dishes were washed in whatever rough way the period and resources allowed. The people who worked there lived close to danger. A moment of carelessness near open flame could burn a hand, ruin food, set clothing alight, or begin a fire that might threaten the whole complex. Fire was both servant and enemy. In a world of wood, straw, rushes, grease, smoke, cloth, and poor lighting, fire had to be respected every hour. Castle kitchens were often placed with some thought toward reducing risk. In some castles, kitchens stood separate from the main hall or were connected in ways meant to manage heat and danger. But even with planning, cooking was hard, smoky, and physical. Imagine the cook before sunrise, already angry at the day. There is never enough dry wood. Someone has failed to bring enough water. A boy has dropped a bowl. A servant is late. The steward wants everything ready for guests. The Lord expects a proper meal. The priest must be served. The household must eat according to rank. Nothing is simple. A noble table does not become impressive by wishing. It becomes impressive because someone wakes early, stands in heat, and works until shoulders ache. Food in a castle was not only nourishment, it was politics. To feed people well was to display command. A lord who could provide meat, bread, ale, wine, fish, spices, sauces, and varied dishes showed wealth and reach. He showed that his lands produced, that his storehouses were full, that his servants were organized, that his household was powerful enough to consume more than ordinary people could imagine. A feast could bind allies, impress rivals, reward followers, celebrate religious days, mark marriages, welcome guests, or perform loyalty. But every feast had a shadow. Outside the castle, peasants might live on coarse bread, pottage, beans, peas, onions, cabbage, ale, occasional meat, and whatever the season allowed. Inside the castle, the elite might eat richer food, though not always in the extravagant way popular imagination suggests. Still, the difference mattered. Food showed hierarchy. Better bread, more meat, finer drink, imported spices, silver vessels, clean linen, and special dishes marked rank. Even within the castle, not everyone ate equally. The high table received the best. Lower retainers received less. Servants might eat later, from simpler fare or leftovers, depending on the household. A medieval meal arranged society on the table. The great hall made that arrangement visible. In the hall, the Lord's household became a living map of rank. The Lord and important guests sat at the high table, often on a raised dais. Their position was not accidental. Elevation meant status. Distance from the Lord mattered. Who sat, who stood, who served, who entered freely, who waited at the edge, who ate first, who ate later. All of this spoke a language more powerful than explanation. Medieval people were trained to read such signs. A slight in seating could insult. A place of honor could reward. Hospitality could flatter. Public eating could become public politics. The hall was not merely a dining room. It was the castle's theater of power. Here disputes might be heard, orders might be given, messengers might deliver news, guests might be welcomed, minstrels might perform, bonds of loyalty might be displayed. The Lord appeared before his household not as a private man, but as a figure of authority. His clothing, food, companions, seat, gestures, and generosity all mattered. Even silence in the hall could carry weight. And yet the hall was also deeply physical. It could be smoky, especially in earlier halls with central hearths or imperfect ventilation. Rushes might cover the floor, gathering dirt, crumbs, insects, and smells. Dogs might move below tables. Servants crossed back and forth. People spoke over one another. Benches scraped. Cups spilled. Flames shifted. Outside, wind pressed against shutters. In winter, those near the fire warmed themselves, while those near the edges remained cold. In summer, heat, bodies, food, and animals could make the air heavy. The great hall was magnificent only if viewed from the high table. For the servant carrying dishes through the crowd, it was work. For the guard standing near the doorway, it was duty. For the low-ranking visitor waiting to be noticed, it was anxiety. For the prisoner brought forward for judgment, it was terror. For the Lord, it was his stage. The hall shows us one of the deepest truths of castle life. The same room did not mean the same thing to everyone. A castle was full of unequal experiences. The noble family might withdraw from the hall into more private chambers. Over time, castles developed spaces for greater comfort and separation. Solars, private rooms, guardrobes, chapels, wardrobes, sleeping chambers, and domestic apartments. The solar, often a more private upper room, could provide warmth, light, and withdrawal from the noise of the hall. It might be a place where the lord or lady could speak with trusted people, manage accounts, hear private matters, rest, sew, read, pray, or receive select guests. But even private life was not truly private by modern standards. Servants entered to tend fires, bring water, change bedding, carry messages, remove waste, prepare clothing, and perform countless tasks. Noble life required attendance. Status meant being served, and being served meant being watched. The lord and lady lived at the center of attention. Their bodies, habits, meals, clothing, moods, illnesses, pregnancies, guests, and quarrels might be known by many. A noble household was an organism, not a sealed family. The chamber was quieter than the hall, but it was not silent. Clothing alone required labor. Noble garments could be complex, expensive, layered, and symbolic. Fine cloth, fur, embroidery, belts, pins, gloves, head coverings, and shoes all carried meaning. Dressing was not only covering the body, it was presenting rank. A lord dressed poorly at the wrong moment could appear weak. A lady's clothing could display family wealth, marital status, piety, modesty, or fashion. Cloth had value. Color had value. Fur had value. Cleanliness had value, though medieval cleanliness was not modern cleanliness. Laundry was hard work. Water had to be carried or heated. Linen had to be washed, beaten, rinsed, dried, folded, stored, and protected. Wool and finer garments required care. Stains were not small inconveniences when cloth was expensive. Servants who handled clothing handled wealth. A wardrobe was not merely a closet. In many households, it was an administrative and financial space. associated with storage of valuables, cloth, documents, and household management. Keys mattered. Locks mattered. Trust mattered. A castle contained wealth in many forms: coin, plate, weapons, clothing, documents, food stores, animals, tools, armor, jewels, religious objects, and sometimes prisoners worth ransom. Security was not only about outer walls. It was about inner control. Who had access to storerooms? Who held keys? Who counted grain? Who recorded expenses? Who watched the servants? Who guarded the Lord's chamber? Who slept near the valuables? Power inside a castle depended on administration as much as violence. The steward was one of the most important figures in this world. He could manage household affairs, oversee servants, control supplies, supervise accounts, handle estates, and ensure that the noble household functioned. Beneath him, other officials might manage specific areas: the marshal for horses and stables, the butler for drink, the pantler for bread, the chamberlain for private chambers and finances, the cook for kitchens, and many others depending on size and wealth. A great castle was organized because disorder was expensive. The lord might own the castle, but the officials made it work. The stables were another living center. Horses were not decorative symbols. They were transportation, military assets, status markers, hunting companions, and expensive responsibilities. A war horse required training, feed, care, space, and skilled handling. Riding horses, pack animals, cart animals, and stable equipment all had to be managed. Grooms cleaned, fed, watered, brushed, saddled, and watched animals. Hooves needed attention. Tack needed repair. Illness or injury could cost heavily. In a martial household, horses were part of power. A castle without horses was slowed. A lord without horses lost reach. The smell of the stables mixed with the smell of the yard. Dung, straw, leather, sweat, wet wool, smoke, mud. Horses stamped. Dogs barked. Chickens scratched. Pigs might root. Animals moved through medieval spaces more closely than modern imagination often allows. The castle yard could be crowded with life, and life is never odorless. Water moved through this world constantly. Someone carried it. That simple fact is easy to forget. Every pot, every hand washing, every brewing operation, every kitchen task, every animal, every cleaning effort, every mortar mix, every laundry load, every chamber need required water. If the castle had a well within the walls, that was a blessing. If water had to be brought from outside, it created labor and vulnerability. In siege, water became sacred. Daily life, it was heavy. The people who carried water knew the castle by weight. They knew the steps. They knew which passage was slippery. They knew which chamber demanded more. They knew which servant shouted. They knew which official checked. They knew the difference between a full bucket at dawn and the same bucket at midday when the arms were tired. The castle was experienced not only by sight, but by burden. Wood was another burden. Fires consumed constantly kitchens, halls, chambers, smithies, ovens, heating, light. Wood had to be cut, gathered, stored, dried, carried, and protected. In winter, the appetite of a castle for fuel could be enormous. Forests around castles were not merely scenic. They were resources, often controlled by lordly rights. Peasants might be restricted in what they could take. Wood meant warmth, cooking, construction, repair, tools, carts, weapons, scaffolding, and fire. A castle consumed the landscape. It consumed grain from fields, wood from forests, stone from earth, labor from villages, time from servants, loyalty from retainers, fear from enemies. And in return, it promised order, protection, and noble magnificence. But whether the bargain felt fair depended on where you stood. Inside the chapel, another kind of work happened. Prayer structured medieval life deeply, and castles were no exception. A castle chapel could be simple or richly decorated. It might contain candles, painted images, relics, carved stone, embroidered cloth, and sacred vessels. The chaplains served the spiritual needs of the household, saying Mass, hearing confessions, praying for the family, advising, teaching, writing, and sometimes managing letters or records if literate. Literacy itself gave clerics special power. The chapel softened the castle's violence without erasing it. A knight could pray before riding out to fight. A lord could ask God's mercy while collecting harsh dues. A lady could kneel for the health of a child. A prisoner could beg heaven for release. A dying servant could receive last rites within the same walls that had worked him nearly to death. Medieval religion did not sit outside power. It lived inside it, blessing, challenging, comforting, and sometimes justifying the order of the world. The castle chapel reminded everyone that even the highest lord was under divine judgment. But it also reminded the lower ranks that hierarchy could be presented as part of God's order. The sound of bells tied castle and village together. The church below might ring the hours, feast days, warnings, deaths, or calls to prayer. Inside the castle, chapel rhythms marked sacred time. Work and worship overlapped. A servant might cross herself while carrying wood. A guard might mutter a prayer in storm. A noblewoman might promise an offering if her child survived illness. A lord might sponsor a mass for ancestors. In the medieval mind, stone walls protected the body, but prayer protected the soul. And the soul was never safe enough. Fear of illness moved through castle life as it moved through villages. Wealth gave advantages: better food, warmer clothing, more space, access to trained physicians or healers in some cases, and the ability to travel or isolate. But disease still entered through air, water, insects, food, animals, wounds, and people. Castles could be crowded, smoky, damp, and poorly ventilated. Waste disposal was imperfect. Rats, fleas, lice, and other pests could live near stores and bedding. A castle was stronger than a cottage, but it was not free from sickness. The dampness of stone mattered. Cold rooms, wet walls, drafts, smoke, and darkness shaped health and mood. In winter, the castle could feel like a place where cold had learned to live permanently. Thick walls kept enemies out, but they also held chill. Fires warmed only so far. People used clothing, bedding, wall hangings, shutters, and closeness to survive. Even the wealthy felt seasons in their bones. Modern comfort teaches us to forget weather. Medieval castles did not forget. Rain entered through leaks. Wind found cracks. Snow blocked roads. Mud swallowed carts. Summer heat spoiled food. Autumn demanded storage. Winter tested supplies. Spring brought repairs. Every season had a task. Every season had danger. In winter, the hall fire became a center of gravity. People moved toward warmth, conversation, and light. Outside, the walls stood dark. Guards suffered. Horses needed care. Food stores were watched carefully. The Lord's household might become more enclosed, more dependent on what had been gathered before cold came. The castle that looked strong in summer could become a stone shell against hunger in winter. In summer, the castle could fill with movement. Travel, visits, repairs, hunting, disputes, ceremonies, messengers, trade, and preparation for military action. Roads improved. Armies moved more easily. Builders worked harder. Markets supplied more. But summer also brought smells, insects, heat, and the labor of harvest in the lands below. The castle depended on that harvest. A bad harvest was not only a peasant problem, it moved upward. Hunger climbs. It begins in the cottage. Then it reaches the manor. Then it reaches the castle. The elite may suffer last, but they do not live outside the food chain. The castle storerooms tell the truth of power. Grain, ale, salted meat, dried fish, cheese, beans, peas, candles, wax, cloth, firewood, and weapons all had to be counted, guarded, and managed. A full storeroom meant confidence. An empty one meant fear. Theft from stores could be serious. Waste could be punished. Spoiled food could endanger many. The people who controlled storage controlled survival. Imagine a lower servant sent into a storeroom with a candle. The air is cool and stale. Barrels line one wall. Sacks sit in shadow. Hooks hold dried meat. The smell is salt, grain, damp wood, and age. Every object there represents labor outside the walls. Peasants sowing, harvesting, thrashing, grinding, brewing, slaughtering, salting, carrying. Inside the storeroom, the countryside has been transformed into security for the castle. But if siege comes, that security begins to shrink. Each meal becomes subtraction. Each day becomes a question. This is why daily castle life always contains the shadow of war, even on peaceful mornings. The weapons in storage are quiet, but they are not forgotten. Armor rests until needed. Bows hang until danger appears. Stones may be kept ready. Men train. Guards watch. Gates are checked. Walls are repaired. The whole building is a waiting animal. The training yard or open space within the bailey could host martial practice. Men-at-arms, squires, pages, and knights might practice with weapons, ride horses, drill, wrestle, shoot, repair gear, or prepare for hunting and war. The sound of metal, leather, hooves, and shouted correction filled such spaces. A young noble boy learned early that status required physical skill. A knight was not only a title in story. He was trained through repetition, discipline, injury, and expectation. But military training was expensive. Armor, horses, weapons, and time all cost money. This is why warfare belonged heavily to the elite. Even though common soldiers, archers, infantry, engineers, laborers, and peasants were essential in real conflict. The castle displayed knightly power, but war was broader than knights. The blacksmith or armorer's work mattered deeply. Iron tools, horseshoes, hinges, nails, weapons, locks, chain links, fittings, arrowheads, and repairs all depended on skilled hands. The sound of hammer on metal could be part of castle life. Sparks in a dim workspace, heat from the forge, sweat on the brow. A broken hinge could weaken a gate. A damaged weapon could fail a man. A lost nail could delay work. The smallest pieces held the largest structure together. Medieval power was practical. It needed iron. It needed bread. It needed fire. It needed accounting. It needed obedience. It needed people willing, or forced, to keep doing the ordinary tasks that made extraordinary walls meaningful. The noble children inside the castle learned this world from different angles. They may have known warmth, better clothing, and richer food than village children, but they also lived under pressure. A son might be raised to inherit land, command men, fight, marry strategically, and preserve family honor. A daughter might be raised to marry into alliance, manage a household, protect reputation, bear children, and sustain family interests. Childhood among the elite could contain affection, play, learning, and privilege, but it was never free from dynastic expectation. A castle child did not simply grow up. A castle child was prepared. Pages served in noble households to learn manners and service. Squires trained under knights. Girls might learn domestic management, prayer, music, needlework, reading in some households, and the subtle politics of noble life. Children absorbed hierarchy by watching. Who bowed, who served, who commanded, who ate where, who spoke first, who remained silent. The castle taught rank without needing lessons. Servant children learned another curriculum. They learned speed. They learned obedience. They learned how to move without being noticed. They learned which stairs were used by whom, learned the moods of superiors. They learned the danger of mistakes. They learned that the castle was not romantic, but demanding. For women of lower rank, castle service could be grueling. Washing, carrying, brewing, baking, cleaning, sewing, tending fires, preparing beds, assisting noblewomen, caring for children, working in dairies, gardens, kitchens, and laundries. The range of work was broad and endless. Some service positions could offer food, shelter, connection, and perhaps opportunity, compared with rural poverty. But service also meant dependence, vulnerability, hierarchy, and hard discipline. The castle gave shelter to some and consumed them at the same time. This is true of many institutions in history. They protect, they organize, they exploit. They remember the powerful and forget the workers. When we visit castles today, we often remember the Lord's chamber, the tower, the battlement, the chapel, the dungeon. But the life of the castle was equally in the hands that scrubbed pots, lifted buckets, brushed horses, carried messages, repaired shoes, swept rushes, salted meat, folded linen, watched gates, and stood awake in the rain. The castle survives in stone. The servants survive in traces. A name in an account, a mark on a wall, a tool lost in a drain, a worn stair, a kitchen hearth, a narrow passage, a room with no decoration. History asks us to notice them, because without them, the castle was only empty stone. As evening comes inside the castle, the day reverses itself. The kitchen prepares the last meals. The hall fills and then empties. The noble household withdraws. Servants clear tables, gather leftovers, clean vessels, tend fires, close shutters, carry water, remove waste, settle animals, check stores, and prepare for the next morning. Guards change watches. The gate is barred. Torches or lamps burn where needed, though darkness remains stronger than light. Night inside a castle could feel deep. Passages grew uncertain. Shadows lengthened. Stone held cold. Sounds carried strangely. A door, a cough, a whisper, footsteps above, the wind at an arrow slit, a horse shifting in the stable, a guard calling softly, a chain moving near the gate. In such darkness, imagination worked easily. Medieval people believed in God, saints, demons, omens, ghosts, and restless dead. A castle with its old stones, deaths, prisoners, battles, chapels, and secrets could feel spiritually charged. No wonder later centuries filled castles with legends. They already had the right shape for memory. But in their living years, most castle nights were not legends. They were fatigue. A servant asleep at last. A guard fighting drowsiness. A noblewoman listening for a sick child. A lord thinking about debts, enemies, marriage alliances, harvests, and royal demands. A prisoner counting another night. A chaplain murmuring prayer. A dog turning in straw. A fire sinking into embers. The castle rests, but never completely. because its purpose is watchfulness. Even asleep, it must be ready. Behind its walls, every life is held in a different kind of enclosure. The lord enclosed by duty and ambition, the lady by household and family expectation, the servant by labor, the guard by discipline, the prisoner by force, the child by inheritance, the chaplain by prayer, the cook by fire, the steward by accounts, the horse by stable, the village below by obligation. The castle is a world of walls within walls. Outer walls keep enemies away. Inner walls divide rank. Locked doors protect valuables. Chambers separate noble bodies. Storerooms guard food. Prisons hold captives. Chapels open toward heaven. Every wall has a meaning. And if we listen carefully, the castle becomes less like a ruin and more like a living arrangement of power, fear, comfort, cold, hunger, labor, and faith. It is not just stone on a hill. It is a daily rhythm. It is 1,000 tasks repeated until they seem natural. It is hierarchy made into architecture, and architecture made into habit. Outside, the village sleeps beneath the same sky. Inside, embers fade in the great hall. The last servant lies down. The last guard looks across the dark road. The chapel candle trembles. Somewhere in the keep, the Lord's family dreams behind thick walls. Somewhere below, a prisoner dreams of daylight. And the castle, full of smoke, stone, servants, and power, waits for morning to begin the same hard order again. Under the same morning sky, far below the castle walls, the village begins its own day. The peasants wake to smoke, straw, cold, and work. The castle wakes to fire, stone, command, and service. These two worlds are separate, but they are never truly apart. A castle cannot exist without the countryside beneath it. Its walls may rise high above the fields, but its life is fed from below. Every loaf eaten in the hall begins somewhere in the soil. Every horse in the stable depends on grain, hay, pasture, and hands. Every candle burning before a noble bed depends on labor that happened far from the chamber. Every repaired wall, every sharpened blade, every warm meal, every barrel of ale, every embroidered cloth, every cartload of firewood, every salted fish, every polished cup, every swept floor. All of it comes from a wider world of work. The castle looks powerful because it gathers the strength of many people into one visible place. That is one of the quiet truths of medieval life. Power does not feed itself. It is fed. The Lord may sit in the hall and speak of land as inheritance, right, and honor. He may point toward fields from a tower and think of them as his estate. He may receive rents, hear disputes, command labor, hunt in forests, collect tolls, and expect obedience. But the land only becomes wealth when ordinary people break their backs upon it. Fields must be plowed. Seeds must be sown. Weeds must be pulled. Animals must be watched. Grain must be cut, bundled, dried, carried, threshed, ground, stored, and delivered. The castle consumes the year. In spring, it waits for planting. In summer, it watches the growth of crops. In autumn, it demands harvest. In winter, it opens its stores and measures how well the land has obeyed. For the peasant, this cycle is survival. For the castle, it is revenue. The same grain can mean bread for a hungry child in the village, rent owed to the Lord, ale for the household, feed for horses, supply for siege, or profit at market. Medieval society often made these meanings collide. A bad harvest did not simply mean less food. It meant fear moving through every level of life. The peasant feared hunger. The steward feared shortage. The lord feared weakness. The castle's relationship with the village was built on obligation. Some peasants owed rents in money, grain, animals, eggs, labor, or other goods. Some owed days working the Lord's land. Some owed use of the Lord's mill, oven, winepress, or other controlled resources, often paying for the privilege. Some owed military service in limited forms, carting, repairs, watch duties, or support during conflict. Arrangements varied widely by region, period, and legal status, but the general weight of lordship could be felt in daily life. The castle was where obligation became personal. A peasant could look at the wall and understand where the demand came from. Not always directly from the Lord himself, often from his officials, steward, bailiff, reeve, clerk, collector, guard, or messenger. Medieval power rarely needed the Lord's face every time. It worked through systems of habit, record, memory, custom, fear, and expectation. A man might never speak privately with the lord of the castle, yet the castle still shaped his year. There were days when villagers approached the gate not as refugees or guests, but as subjects. They might come carrying grain, hens, cheese, firewood, tools, or payments. They might come to answer an accusation. They might come to settle a dispute over land, debt, inheritance, grazing, theft, marriage, or broken obligation. They might come because a summons had arrived, and a summons from the Lord's authority was not easily ignored. Approaching the castle in such a moment must have felt heavy. The road climbed. The walls grew. The gate darkened. The peasant who had spent his life outdoors now stepped into a place built to contain and judge. His clothes smelled of field, smoke, animals, sweat, and weather. His hands were rough. His back may have ached. Around him stood guards, servants, officials, perhaps horses, carts, dogs, and men in better cloth. Every surface reminded him that he had entered someone else's power. The castle did not have to threaten him openly. Its size already spoke. Inside or near the castle, courts could be held. Medieval lordship often included judicial authority of different kinds. Manorial courts handled local matters, land transfers, small offenses, disputes, obligations, fines, and the regulation of village life. The court was not always dramatic. Much of it was routine, practical, and deeply tied to custom. Yet, routine power is still power. A fine could hurt a poor household. A judgment could change who held a strip of land. A reputation could be damaged. A widow's rights might be protected or weakened. A quarrel between neighbors could become public. The castle was not only a fortress. It was a place where words could wound. A lord's official with records, witnesses, and authority could change the lives of people who owned almost nothing. The medieval world was full of memory, but increasingly also of documents, charters, accounts, rolls, letters, lists, obligations. In many regions, writing became one of the quiet instruments of power. A clerk sitting with ink and parchment could preserve a claim longer than a peasant's voice might survive. To the illiterate, written records could feel almost magical. The castle guarded not only weapons and food, but paperwork. Land, debt, privilege, rent, inheritance, and rights could be written down and stored. A wall protected archives as surely as it protected grain. The sword and the document worked together. One forced obedience quickly. The other made obedience last. But the relationship between castle and village was not always only harsh. Medieval society often understood lordship as mutual, at least in theory. The lord owed protection, order, justice, and sometimes charity. In danger, villagers might look toward the castle as shelter. In famine, a generous lord might release stores, reduce demands, sponsor relief, or support the church in helping the poor. In conflict, the castle garrison might defend the surrounding land. In law, the court might settle disputes and prevent private violence from spiraling. The problem was that protection and exploitation could live under the same roof. A lord might defend peasants from raiders and still demand harsh rents. He might punish theft and also take heavily from the village. He might sponsor a chapel and ignore hunger outside his gate. He might be beloved, feared, hated, respected, resented, or all of these at once. Human power is rarely simple. The castle made that complexity visible in stone. For the lord and his household, the countryside below was not an abstract landscape. It was income, food, labor, and identity. Noble status depended on land. Land meant more than soil, it meant people attached to soil. Rights over mills and woods, control of roads, duties owed, rents collected, courts held, and the ability to support armed followers. Without revenue, a noble could not maintain horses, armor, servants, hospitality, buildings, repairs, marriages, gifts, legal claims, or war. A castle without income decayed. A lord without resources lost influence. So the pressure moved downward. This is why the steward's work mattered so much. He stood between the lord's expectation and the village's production. He watched accounts, stores, rents, expenses, and officials. If the household spent too much, if tenants failed to pay, if crops were poor, if repairs cost more than expected, if war interrupted trade, someone had to manage the damage. Medieval estates were not romantic. They were economic engines, and like all engines, they could break. The castle's grandeur often rested on fragile arithmetic. How much grain came in, how much ale remained, how many animals could be slaughtered without damaging future herds, how much firewood was stored, how many guests could be fed, how much did repairs cost, how many soldiers could be maintained, how long could the castle endure if besieged, how much could peasants bear before they fled, resisted, starved, or collapsed. Every lordly household lived with these questions, whether openly or not. The village also calculated, but with different stakes. How much seed must be saved? How much bread remains? How much rent is due? Can a daughter marry? Can a son inherit? Can the family keep an animal through winter? Can they pay a fine? Can they survive illness? Can they spare labor for the Lord's work when their own field needs attention? The castle and village were joined by calculation, but not equal calculation. The castle calculated power. The village calculated survival. Still, villagers were not helpless shadows. Medieval peasants knew custom deeply. They understood what was owed and what was excessive. They remembered rights. They defended boundaries. They used courts. They negotiated, delayed, resisted, complained, hid produce, appealed to tradition, supported one another, or sometimes rebelled. The Lord's power was real, but it was not effortless. Authority had to be maintained because ordinary people were not empty. They knew the land better than anyone. They knew which field flooded, which path stayed firm in rain, which official was corrupt, which demand was new, which custom was old, which neighbor could be trusted, which lord was weak, which moment was dangerous. This practical intelligence rarely appears in grand chronicles, but it shaped the medieval world every day. A castle could dominate a skyline, but it could not plow a field without peasant knowledge. It could command, but command still had to pass through human hands. The castle depended on people it looked down upon. This dependency created tension. The Lord needed the village, but could not admit equality. The village needed protection or access to resources, but did not necessarily love the Lord. Everyone understood the relationship. Everyone lived inside it. And because everyone lived close to everyone else compared with modern distance, resentment had memory. A harsh fine might be remembered for years. A generous act might be remembered too. A failed protection during raid or famine could damage loyalty. A marriage alliance, a new steward, a new lord, a young heir, a widow holding authority, a disputed inheritance. All could change the mood between castle and countryside. The castle seemed permanent. Its politics were not. When the Lord died, the castle changed. Death inside a noble family could send uncertainty through the whole estate. Who inherited? Was the heir a child? Was there a widow? Were there rival claimants? Would the king intervene? Would neighboring lords take advantage? Would taxes rise to pay debts? Would marriage bring a new family into control? To the village, noble genealogy might seem distant, but its consequences were not. A new lord could mean new officials, new demands, stricter enforcement, fresh repairs, military conflict, or legal confusion. Inheritance was not only a family matter, it was a landscape event. The castle might mourn with candles, prayers, black cloth, funeral rites, and solemn processions. But below the emotional display lay urgent questions of property and command. The body of the lord could die. The authority of the castle had to continue. Medieval power feared gaps. Empty authority invited challenge. This is why ceremonies mattered. Public displays of succession, oaths, homage, marriage, and lordship reassured everyone that power had transferred properly. The hall filled. Witnesses gathered. Words were spoken. Hands were joined. Documents were sealed. Meals were served. The castle performed continuity. Without performance, power could look uncertain. The village watched. The neighboring lords watched. The servants watched. The soldiers watched. Even the walls seemed to wait. Noble women were crucial in these moments. A widow might hold estates for a child, defend a castle, negotiate with relatives, manage household survival, or become a valuable figure in remarriage politics. A daughter might carry inheritance into another family. A marriage could join lands, settle disputes, create alliances, or ignite jealousy. The castle was not only a male military place, it was also a place where women's bodies, marriages, pregnancies, and household authority shaped politics. A noblewoman standing in a castle chamber might carry the future of a lineage. Her childbirth could decide inheritance. Her marriage could redirect land. Her widowhood could preserve or end a family's control. Her management could keep the household functioning while men fought, traveled, or died. The romantic tower maiden is too small an image for this reality. Castle women worked within constraint, but many carried heavy authority. They oversaw servants, food, cloth, children, hospitality, religious patronage, letters, and sometimes defense. Their power was often domestic in form, but domestic power in a castle was not minor. The household was the center of politics, economics, and status. A badly managed household weakened a lord. A well-managed one strengthened him. In a castle, even hospitality could become strategy. A visiting noble was not merely fed because people were kind. He was placed, honored, watched, and measured. Food displayed wealth. Lodging displayed generosity. Gifts created bonds. Entertainment softened negotiations. Marriage talks might happen near the warmth of the hall. Alliances might be strengthened over wine. Enemies might smile while calculating advantage. The hall could be warmer than the battlefield, but not always less dangerous. Words spoken near a table could lead to war. Insults mattered. Rank mattered. Promises mattered. Oaths mattered. A noble who appeared weak could lose respect. A noble who appeared too arrogant could invite hatred. The castle gave a lord a stage, but the stage had risks. Everyone watched how he behaved. The village watched differently. They cared less about noble manners and more about consequences. Did guests mean more food taken from stores? Did a marriage mean new taxation? Did a military alliance mean soldiers passing through fields? Did a feast mean generosity to the poor, or only display for the powerful? The castle celebrations could cast shadows. When the castle feasted, the village might still hunger. And yet, feast days could also connect castle and community. On certain religious festivals, almsgiving, public meals, gifts, charity, church ceremonies, fairs, or market activity might bring different levels of society into contact. The Lord's generosity, when shown publicly, could reinforce loyalty. Medieval society expected the powerful to display largesse. A lord who only took and never gave risked contempt. Generosity was not equality, but it was part of the moral economy of lordship. People judged power. They may have obeyed it, but they judged it. A castle was always being morally measured by those beneath it. Was the lord just? Was the steward cruel? Were dues fair by custom? Did the castle protect in time of war? Did it help in famine? Did it punish thieves, but ignore noble violence? Did it honor the church? Did it respect old rights? Did it break them? These questions mattered because medieval power depended not only on walls, but legitimacy. A castle could force obedience for a time, but lasting rule needed some level of acceptance, fear, habit, law, sacred approval, or practical benefit. Without that, walls became targets. Rebellion often began far from towers, in anger carried quietly through villages, markets, taverns, fields, churches, and roads. People spoke. They compared grievances. They remembered older customs. They named officials. They whispered about taxes, labor, war, hunger, and injustice. Most anger did not become rebellion. Life was too dangerous, and power too strong. But when crisis came, famine, war, taxation, plague, weak authority, old resentment could ignite. Then the castle that had watched over the countryside might suddenly find the countryside watching back. There are few sights more dangerous to medieval power than ordinary people moving together. A castle could resist a crowd if prepared, but a revolt was not only a military problem. It was a sign that the moral relationship between ruler and ruled had cracked. Even if crushed, the memory remained. Walls could survive rebellion, but trust might not. The castle's position above the village made it powerful, but also exposed. Everyone knew where authority lived. Everyone knew the road to the gate. Everyone knew which granaries belonged to the Lord. Everyone knew who collected dues. In times of peace, visibility strengthened control. In times of anger, visibility gave anger a direction. This is the danger of ruling from stone. You become easy to find. But most days were not rebellion. Most days were routine. That routine is where castle power lived most deeply. The cart arriving with firewood. The rent recorded. The peasant summoned. The servant sent. The gate opened. The mill used. The field measured. The court held. The chapel bell rung. The hall prepared. The Lord's table set. The guard posted. The village returning home. Daily repetition made hierarchy feel natural. That is why the castle mattered even when there was no war. Its greatest influence may not have been in battles, but in the slow shaping of ordinary expectation. It taught people where power stood. It organized roads, labor, fear, status, and memory. It told the peasant child before he could read that the world had levels. It told the noble child the same thing, but from above. Two children could look at the same tower and learn opposite lessons. One learns, this is what rules me. The other learns, this may one day be mine. That difference is the medieval world in miniature. Yet both children remain human beneath the system. The noble child may fear his father, inheritance, war, illness, or failure. The peasant child may dream, laugh, play in mud, love his family, and learn the field with pride. History becomes false when it turns people into symbols only. The castle was a symbol, yes, but the people around it were alive. The Lord might be ambitious, anxious, generous, cruel, pious, foolish, brave, or tired. The peasant might be resentful, loyal, clever, fearful, faithful, stubborn, or hopeful. The servant might be invisible to records, but central to life. The steward might be efficient or hated. The priest might comfort or control. The guard might be loyal or bored. The prisoner might be noble or forgotten. The castle gathered all of them into one system. As the day lengthens, the connection between castle and village becomes visible in movement. A cart creaks up from the lower road. Two men carry sacks. A woman brings poultry. A boy leads a thin animal. A messenger rides out through the gate. A servant descends toward the village on an errand. Smoke rises from both hall and cottage. The fields below shine briefly in pale sunlight. The castle casts a long shadow across the slope. That shadow is not only physical, it is legal, economic, military, spiritual, emotional. It falls across labor, marriage, food, law, fear, and memory. And yet, beneath that shadow, life continues. A woman laughs at a well. A child chases a chicken. Men argue over a boundary. A priest walks toward a sickbed. A servant steals a moment of rest. A guard eats bread beside the wall. A noblewoman opens a shutter. The Lord speaks with his steward. The village bell rings. A dog sleeps in a patch of sun. The medieval world is not frozen in suffering. It breathes. It contains hardship and humor, fear and habit, cruelty and tenderness, duty and desire. The castle does not erase life below it. It shapes it. Sometimes it crushes. Sometimes it shelters. Sometimes it consumes. Sometimes it gives. Always it watches. When evening returns, the village begins to close itself. Doors are barred. Animals are gathered. Fires are fed. The castle gate is secured. The steward's accounts may still wait. The lord's household settles into supper. The peasants settle into whatever food remains. The church tower stands between them, pointing upward, as if reminding both rich and poor that no wall can protect anyone forever. Night softens the hierarchy from a distance. The castle becomes a dark outline. Cottages become small patches of firelight. The fields disappear. The road fades. For a few hours, the world seems quieter than it truly is. But inside the darkness, the same order remains. The castle holds the hill. The village holds the labor. The lord holds the rights. The peasant holds the soil. The servant holds the bucket. The guard holds the watch. The priest holds the prayer. And history, patient as stone, holds them all. By morning, the castle will still be there. Its walls will catch the first light. The village will wake beneath it. The road to the gate will darken with footsteps again. Another cart will climb. Another order will be given. Another account will be marked. Another meal will be cooked. Another field will be worked. Another day will pass under the shadow of stone. And so, the medieval castle will continue to rule, not only by sword or siege, but by the quiet, repeated power of being there. But a castle did not exist only to be seen. It existed because somewhere beyond the fields, beyond the village paths, beyond the forest edge and the river bend, danger could appear. Sometimes danger came in the form of a rival lord. Sometimes it came as a king's army. Sometimes it came as raiders, rebels, mercenaries, unpaid soldiers, angry neighbors, or men who had nothing left to lose. In the medieval world, violence did not always arrive with warning. It could move along roads, through woods, across borders, and into villages before ordinary people understood what was happening. The castle was built for that moment. Its daily life might be full of kitchens, servants, courts, chapels, meals, accounts, and family concerns. But beneath all of that, the castle remained a weapon. Every wall, ditch, tower, gate, stair, storehouse, and lookout point carried the memory of attack. Even in peaceful years, the purpose of the castle waited quietly inside its stone. A castle was fear turned into architecture. To understand this, we have to imagine the castle not as a ruin, but as a defended living place. The walls are not broken. The gate is strong. The ditch is clear. The guards are awake. The Lord's men know their posts. Weapons are stored where they can be reached. Food is counted. Water is protected. The road below is watched. The surrounding fields are not only scenery, they are approach routes. The forest is not only forest, it is cover for enemies. The river is not only river, it is a crossing that must be controlled. The whole landscape becomes a question. Where would an enemy come from? How fast could they arrive? Could they bring ladders? Could they bring siege engines? Could they burn the gate? Could they mine beneath the wall? Could they starve the castle? Could someone inside betray it? A good defender thinks about danger before danger appears. This is why the watch mattered. A guard standing on the wall was not only decoration. He was the castle's first sense of sight. He watched roads, fields, smoke, riders, strangers, weather, and movement in the distance. Most hours were dull. Man could stand under gray sky for a long time and see nothing but crows, peasants, carts, rain, sheep, and wind in the grass. But boredom could not be allowed to become blindness. One missed warning could turn a quiet morning into disaster. A medieval guard knew that danger could hide inside ordinary movement. A cart might carry goods or weapons. A traveler might be a messenger or a spy. A group of riders might be passing through or scouting the castle's strength. Smoke might be from a cottage fire or from a village burning. In a world without telephones, radios, engines, or instant messages, human eyes were part of defense. Bells, horns, flags, messengers, and shouted warnings carried information. But someone first had to notice. Imagine a cold afternoon on the wall. The guard pulls his cloak tighter. The wind moves along the battlements. Below, fields stretch toward the darker line of woodland. For hours, nothing has changed. Then, far away, a small disturbance appears on the road. Dust, perhaps, or riders. He narrows his eyes. Another guard looks. Someone calls down. The gatekeeper is told. The yard changes before the danger is even certain. That is how fear enters a castle, not all at once. First as a question, then as movement, then as command. The gate is checked. Men gather. A messenger runs to the hall. Horses stir in the stable. Servants pause with baskets in their hands. The steward looks toward the wall. The Lord, if present, is informed. If he is absent, the constable or castellan takes charge. The castle's peaceful body becomes military again. Everyone knows the meaning of a closed gate. The gate was the most vulnerable part of the castle because it was the place where the wall allowed itself to open. For daily life, the gate had to welcome carts, people, animals, goods, servants, messengers, guests, and business. For defense, it had to become almost impossible to pass. Medieval builders understood this tension deeply. Over time, gatehouses became some of the strongest and most complex parts of castles. A simple gate could be barred. A stronger gate could be defended from above. A stronger one still could have towers on each side, a drawbridge, a portcullis, heavy doors, murder holes, arrow slits, and a narrow passage where attackers could be trapped. The idea was simple and brutal. Let the enemy think the entrance is the way in. Then make the entrance deadly. An attacking force that reached the gate might find itself crowded in a confined space, exposed to arrows, stones, boiling liquids, spears, and falling objects from above. The gate passage could become a throat that swallowed men and crushed them. Even the approach to the gate might be designed to expose attackers to fire from the walls. A straight road to a weak door was poor defense. A controlled approach was better. The castle made movement difficult. That was its genius. Attackers wanted speed. The castle forced delay. Attackers wanted open space. The castle forced narrowness. Attackers wanted confidence. The castle created doubt. And doubt matters in battle. A man climbing a ladder toward defenders above him knows that every step is danger. He cannot move easily. He cannot protect himself fully. Stones may fall. Arrows may strike. The ladder may shift. The man above him may stop, scream, fall, or bleed. The wall seems close, but the final few feet can become a lifetime. Defenders, meanwhile, fight with height, cover, and knowledge of their own ground. They know the passages. They know the stores. They know the weak points. They know where to retreat. They know how to move from tower to wall to gate. The castle multiplies their strength. A small number of defenders can resist a much larger force because stone, height, and preparation fight beside them. This is why castles could shape entire wars. An army might win in open country and still fail to control the land if castles held out. A castle forced an enemy to stop, surround, wait, negotiate, build siege equipment, cut supplies, risk assault, or move on leaving danger behind. None of these choices were easy. A castle behind an invading army could threaten supply lines. A castle on a road could block movement. A castle on a river could control crossing. A castle on a hill could watch everything. The attacker had to answer the castle. He could not simply ignore it. But attacking a castle was costly. Assaulting walls could kill many men. Long sieges cost food, money, time, morale, and health. Armies sitting outside a castle had to feed themselves. They needed water, firewood, shelter, discipline, and patience. Disease could spread in camps. Weather could break spirits. Local supplies could run out. Horses needed fodder. Men became restless. Commanders argued. The besiegers could become almost as trapped by the siege as the defenders were by the walls. Siege was a contest of endurance. Inside the castle, the defenders counted stores. Outside the castle, the attackers counted time. Both sides waited for something to fail. The most dramatic image of castle warfare is the assault. Ladders raised, arrows flying, stones crashing, men shouting, fire at the gate, defenders on the battlements. Such moments happened, and they were terrifying. But many sieges were less theatrical and more patient. Starvation, negotiation, bribery, mining, disease, and exhaustion could decide what swords could not. Starve a castle was to turn its strength against itself. The walls that protected also enclosed. If supplies were limited, every person inside became a mouth consuming the castle's future. A wise commander might not throw men at stone if hunger would do the work. He could surround the castle, cut off roads, stop supplies, prevent escape, destroy nearby crops, and wait. Waiting sounds gentle. In siege, waiting is violence. Inside, food begins as ration, then calculation, then argument, then fear. At first, the noble household may preserve order. Meals become smaller. Stores are watched closely. Animals might be slaughtered in planned sequence. Grain is measured. Water is guarded. Servants whisper. Soldiers joke too loudly. The chapel fills more often. The Lord must appear calm. The commander must punish panic. Hope depends on news. Allies are coming. The king has heard. The enemy cannot stay long. Winter will force them away. Disease will strike their camp. Negotiation is possible. Hope is another kind of ration. But if the siege lengthens, hierarchy comes under pressure. The elite may still eat better for a while, but hunger has a way of climbing stairs. Servants weaken. Soldiers grumble. Refugees become a burden. Prisoners become inconvenient. Horses, once symbols of status, may become meat if desperation deepens. Dogs disappear. Rats become noticeable. The smell of confinement thickens. Waste builds. Tempers break. The castle that looked proud from outside becomes a stomach eating itself. Water could decide everything. A castle with a secure well had a chance. A castle depending on outside water was vulnerable. Attackers might block, poison, divert, or control water sources. Thirst destroys discipline quickly. People can endure fear longer than thirst. A defender may speak bravely of honor, lineage, and loyalty, but a dry mouth changes the meaning of courage. That is why wells were sacred to survival. Deep within some castles, wells were protected like treasure. Men dug through rock and earth to reach water, because no wall was truly strong without it. A tower could rise high. A gate could be thick. A moat could shine in sunlight. But if the people inside could not drink, the castle was already dying. Mining was another terror. Attackers might try to dig beneath a wall or tower, support the tunnel with timber, then burn the supports so the earth collapsed and the wall above fell. To those inside the castle, the fear of mining was psychological as well as physical. Imagine listening at night, wondering if the faint sound beneath your feet is only imagination, or men digging toward your destruction. Defenders might dig countermines to intercept attackers underground. War moved moved into darkness beneath stone. There, the castle's height meant nothing. Under the earth, men fought in tunnels, cramped, choking, terrified, with tools, blades, smoke, and fire. The grand architecture above depended on soil below. A wall could seem eternal until the ground beneath it disappeared. Siege engines brought another kind of fear. Stone-throwing machines could batter walls, towers, roofs, and morale. A trebuchet launching heavy stones against a castle did more than damage masonry. It created rhythm, the creak of the machine, the pause, the release, the flight, the impact, again and again. Each strike reminded defenders that the outside world had not given up. Even when walls held, people did not always hold. Noise itself became an enemy. The crash of stones, the shouting of attackers, the cries of wounded men, the whistling of arrows, the crackle of fire, the prayers in the chapel, the orders in the yard, the rumors in the passages, the weeping of children if refugees were inside, the silence after bad news. A siege filled the castle with sounds that could not be escaped. Fire was perhaps the oldest fear. Early timber castles were especially vulnerable, but even stone castles contained much that could burn. Roofs, doors, hoardings, scaffolding, stables, stores, carts, wooden floors, furniture, straw, rushes, cloth. Attackers might use flaming arrows, fire pots, burning materials, or attempts to set gates alight. Defenders kept water, sand, wet hides, and tools ready when possible. But fire in a crowded castle could spread panic faster than flame itself. Smoke blinds. Heat drives men back. Animals scream. People lose order. A castle is only as strong as the discipline inside it. Discipline was held through command. The lord, castellan, captain, or senior military figure had to organize defense. Who watched, who slept, who guarded the gate, who stood ready, who repaired damage, who rationed food, who cared for wounded, who handled messages, who maintained morale. A weak commander could lose a strong castle. A strong commander could make a modest castle endure beyond expectation. Leadership during siege was theater and reality together. The commander had to appear confident even when afraid. He had to punish betrayal, but not create hatred. He had to ration food without causing rebellion. He had to inspire soldiers, but not waste them. He had to negotiate without seeming weak. He had to read the enemy, the weather, the stores, the walls, and the hearts of his own people. A castle under siege revealed character. Some people became brave. Some became cruel. Some became quiet. Some prayed. Some stole. Some lied. Some gave their food to another. Some looked for a way to open the gate. Betrayal was always a fear. A castle could be taken not only by force, but by treachery. A bribed guard, a disloyal servant, a desperate prisoner, a resentful official, a secret passage, a gate opened at night. These possibilities haunted defenders. no wall can fully protect against the person holding the key. Trust was part of fortification. During war, even familiar faces could become suspect. A servant from the village below, a guard whose brother was held by the enemy, a prisoner with friends outside, a messenger whose news seemed too convenient, a noble guest whose loyalty was uncertain. In a siege, suspicion grows like damp in stone. The castle becomes not only enclosed, but inwardly divided. Yet the defenders also had their own ways of striking back. They could shoot arrows or crossbow bolts from walls and towers. They could drop stones. They could launch missiles. They could make sorties, sudden attacks from the gate to burn siege engines, disrupt miners, capture supplies, or shock the besiegers. A sortie was dangerous because leaving the protection of walls meant gambling with life. But sometimes a castle had to bite. A fortress that only waits may slowly die. A fortress that strikes recklessly may die faster. The art was balance. Siege warfare was not constant action. It was long boredom interrupted by terror. Men might spend hours repairing a wall, carrying stones, watching the road, boiling water, guarding prisoners, listening for miners, preparing arrows, tending wounded, or waiting for orders. Then suddenly, everything could explode into movement. A ladder appears. A section of wall cracks. The gate burns. A messenger arrives. A tower collapses. A horn sounds. A rumor spreads that help is near. The body lives differently under siege. Sleep becomes shallow. Food becomes meaningful. Every sound matters. Every face is read. Every day survived becomes both victory and deeper danger. For the villagers nearby, castle warfare could be devastating. The armies outside needed supplies. They might seize grain, slaughter animals, trample fields, cut trees, burn houses, punish resistance, or spread disease. The defenders might also strip the countryside before the enemy arrived, bringing food inside and leaving little outside. Villages caught between castle and army often suffered most. The noble conflict above became hunger below. A castle might protect the land, but war around a castle could ruin the land. This is another contradiction at the heart of medieval fortification. The castle promised security, yet its strategic importance attracted violence. A village near a castle might benefit from protection in ordinary times, but in war, it might become a battlefield, supply source, or target. The people who had no voice in noble rivalry paid heavily for it. From a distance, a siege might look like a grand military drama. From the village, it looked like fields destroyed, animals lost, sons taken, daughters endangered, homes burned, taxes increased, and winter made more frightening. Stone walls preserve the memory of noble war. The soil remembers peasant cost. Inside the castle, the noble family faced their own fears. A lady might supervise supplies, encourage servants, pray for relief, protect children, manage wounded, send messages, or maintain household order while men defended the walls. Children might be kept in safer chambers, though no chamber felt fully safe if stones struck the walls or fire threatened the gate. The sound of war entered childhood quickly. A young boy in a castle under siege might learn that his inheritance was not guaranteed. A young girl might learn that marriage alliances, family honor, and survival were tied to walls and men with weapons. Noble children were protected compared with peasant children, but they were not protected from fear. A prisoner inside the castle during siege might occupy a strange position. If noble, he might be valuable for ransom and therefore protected. If low status, he might be neglected or worse. During crisis, prisoners could become bargaining pieces, burdens, or victims. Medieval warfare often valued rank sharply. A noble captive could be worth money. A poor captive could be worth almost nothing. The castle measured human value through hierarchy. Even danger did not make everyone equal, and yet death could still enter every rank. An arrow did not always ask lineage. A falling stone could crush noble or servant. Disease could enter chambers and barracks alike. Hunger could weaken guards and children. Fear could find the high table and the kitchen. Castles tried to organize inequality, but crisis exposed human shared weakness. The chapel became central during such times. People prayed for deliverance, forgiveness, victory, mercy, rain, allies, healing, and courage. The priest might say Mass, hear confession, bless defenders, comfort the dying, and remind everyone that life and death belonged to God. Religion did not remove fear. It gave fear language. If the castle survived, the victory might be remembered as divine favor. If it fell, people might search for sin, betrayal, fate, or failure. Medieval people did not see war as only material. A siege had spiritual meaning too. Relics, saints, vows, processions, and prayers could become part of defense. A wall might be repaired with stone, but morale might be repaired with belief. Still, no prayer removed the need for food. No saint replaced a well. No blessing held a gate if hinges failed. The medieval mind could hold both truths. God ruled all, and men still had to sharpen blades. If the siege ended through negotiation, the castle might surrender under terms. Terms mattered. Would lives be spared? Would the garrison march out? Would the Lord keep rights? Would prisoners be exchanged? Would the castle be occupied, destroyed, or returned? Medieval warfare often involved bargaining, because total destruction was not always practical. A castle could be too valuable to ruin. Its owner might be too noble to execute without consequence. Ransom, oath, loyalty, and politics shaped outcomes. But if a castle was taken by storm, especially after refusing surrender, mercy could be uncertain. Attackers who had lost men in assault might be brutal. Plunder, killing, imprisonment, humiliation, and violence could follow. The moment a wall fell, the moral order inside the castle could collapse. A defended world became an exposed one. This was the nightmare every defender carried. The gate broken, the wall breached, enemy footsteps in the yard, smoke in the hall, screams in passages. The chapel crowded with desperate prayer, the Lord facing capture or death, servants running with nowhere to go. The castle's entire promise undone. But if the castle held, the morning after siege had its own silence. The enemy gone, the fields damaged, the walls scarred, the stores low, the dead buried, the wounded groaning, the survivors exhausted. Victory did not mean ease. Repairs began almost immediately. Ditches had to be cleared, walls patched, gates rebuilt, food replaced, livestock restored, messengers sent, accounts updated, prisoners handled, thanks given in chapel, blame assigned in private. A castle after siege looked older. Even if the walls still stood, everyone inside had changed, and the castle's reputation changed too. A fortress that survived attack became more powerful in memory. People spoke of its strength. Enemies respected it. The Lord's honor grew. The village below might feel pride, relief, resentment, grief, or all at once. A castle that fell quickly suffered a different fate. Its weakness became known. Its lord's authority might diminish. Its walls might be repaired, but reputation was harder to rebuild. Reputation was a kind of outer wall. Once cracked, it invited attack. This is why castles were constantly improved. A lord did not want his fortress to appear outdated. New towers, thicker walls, better gatehouses, improved arrow slits, deeper ditches, stronger keeps, and better arrangements showed that the castle remained serious. Military architecture was communication. To strengthen a castle was to tell rivals, do not try. But technology kept changing. Siege engines improved. Engineers learned to attack walls more effectively. Miners became skilled. Crossbows and longbows changed defensive and offensive possibilities. Eventually, gunpowder artillery transformed everything. The age of the classic medieval castle did not end overnight, but cannon made thin walls more vulnerable. Fortification would adapt into lower, thicker, angled designs in later centuries. The castle, as the old medieval world knew, it slowly lost its military dominance. But before that change became complete, castles ruled the imagination of war. They stood as anchors of control in a violent landscape. They allowed the few to resist the many. They allowed rulers to hold territory. They allowed nobles to defy kings. They allowed kings to project authority. They allowed conquest to settle into stone. They allowed fear to endure in built form. Still, for all their strength, castles carried one unavoidable truth: they were never invincible. Every castle could fall by hunger, by betrayal, by fire, by mining, by disease, by negotiation, by artillery, by neglect, by time. That final enemy, time, was the most patient besieger of all. Time did not need ladders. It did not need engines. It did not need soldiers in the rain. It waited while roofs rotted, mortar weakened, families died, wars changed, kings grew stronger, weapons advanced, and old forms of power became less useful. The proud fortress that once terrified a valley could become a residence, then an administrative center, then a ruin, then a romantic memory, then a place for travelers to admire under a peaceful sky. But in the medieval centuries, when its walls were whole and its gate was guarded, a castle was not peaceful memory. It was living defense. It was the place people ran toward when danger came. It was the place enemies cursed from below. It was the place commanders watched the horizon. It was the place hunger and courage tested one another. It was the place where stone tried to outlast fear. As night falls again over the castle, the guards take their positions. The road below darkens. The fields grow quiet. In the distance, perhaps nothing moves. Perhaps danger is far away. Perhaps the rumors are false. Perhaps the riders seen at dusk were only merchants or messengers or men returning home. Still, the gate is barred. The watch is set. The fires are lowered. The chapel candle burns. A guard looks out between the battlements into the dark, knowing that most nights bring nothing, but one night may bring everything. Behind him, the castle sleeps lightly. Before him, the world waits. And between sleep and danger stands the wall. But not every danger came from outside the wall. Some dangers lived inside the castle itself. They lived in locked rooms, whispered corridors, family rivalries, unpaid debts, inheritance fears, jealous retainers, prisoners in darkness, servants who knew too much, and officials who held keys to food, money, letters, and secrets. A castle was built to resist enemies beyond the gate, but the medieval world understood very well that betrayal could pass through stone more easily than an army. A wall could stop a spear. It could not stop ambition. Inside the castle, power was always close. Too close, sometimes. People lived near one another in ways that modern life rarely imagines. The Lord, his family, servants, guards, chaplains, messengers, guests, hostages, prisoners, fostered children, officials, craftsmen, and retainers might all share the same enclosed world. They did not all sleep in the same rooms, of course. They did not all eat at the same tables. They did not all speak with the same freedom. But they heard one another, watched one another, depended on one another. A castle was crowded with hierarchy, and hierarchy creates tension. The Lord needed loyalty from those below him. The servants needed protection and wages or food from the household. The guards needed discipline and reward. The steward needed authority to manage resources. The chaplain needed access to souls and sometimes records. The lady of the castle needed servants, influence, and respect. The children needed training, alliances, and survival. Everyone had a place, but not everyone was satisfied with it. A castle could look orderly from the outside while boiling quietly inside. This was especially true in noble families. Land, marriage, inheritance, and honor shaped everything. A castle was not just a home. It was an asset, a symbol, a military position, and a family claim. When a lord had sons, daughters, brothers, cousins, widows, stepchildren, rivals, or disputed heirs, the question of who would one day control the castle could become dangerous long before anyone died. Inheritance was a shadow that entered childhood. A son might grow up knowing that the walls around him were supposed to become his. But what if he had an older brother? What if the older brother died? What if the lord remarried and had another child? What if the king favored a different claimant? What if the family lands were divided? What if a daughter's marriage carried claims into another house? What if a widow tried to hold authority until a young heir came of age? What if a cousin believed he had been cheated? These were not abstract legal puzzles. They could become violence. Castle, because it was valuable, made family conflict sharper. A poor household might quarrel over a small inheritance. A noble household might quarrel over towers, fields, rights, villages, mills, courts, forests, rents, soldiers, and honor. The emotional stakes were wrapped in political stakes. To lose a castle could mean losing the future of a family. To gain one could raise a family for generations. So the rooms of a castle heard more than songs and prayers. They heard arguments, negotiations, accusations, marriage talks, bitter silences, promises made too quickly, promises broken slowly. A noble marriage could transform the life of a castle. When a bride entered through the gate, she might not only bring beauty, youth, or companionship, as later romance might imagine. She brought alliance, dowry, claims, expectations, relatives, servants, and future children. Her arrival could please some and threaten others. A marriage might strengthen peace between families, but it might also bring outsiders into the household. A new lady might change domestic management, favor certain servants, bring her own attendants, influence her husband, and alter the emotional balance of the castle. Marriage was never only personal. It was architecture for politics. The lady of the castle carried heavy responsibilities. She might supervise stores, clothing, servants, hospitality, childbirth, child rearing, household discipline, religious patronage, correspondence, and estate matters, especially when the lord was away. If the castle was attacked during his absence, she might have to help organize resistance or negotiation. If he died, she might become the guardian of property and children. If her sons were young, she might stand between them and ambitious male relatives. Her world could be rich, but not easy. She lived watched. Her fertility mattered. Her conduct mattered. Her alliances mattered. Her prayers mattered. Her failures could be judged harshly. A noblewoman might sit in a chamber hung with cloth, warmed by a fire, wearing finer fabric than any village woman below, yet still feel trapped by expectation. She had more comfort than a peasant, but comfort is not freedom. The castle protected her body and enclosed her life at the same time. For noble children, the castle could be both playground and training ground. A child might run through passages, watch guards from the walls, listen to stories in the hall, learn prayers in the chapel, and fall asleep to the sounds of hooves, wind, and footsteps. But childhood did not remain soft for long. Boys of rank were prepared for riding, weapons, manners, command, loyalty, and the possibility of war. Girls were prepared for household management, religious devotion, marriage, family honor, and the careful reading of social life. They learned early that everyone was watching. The son of a lord was not only a child, he was a future claim. A daughter was not only a daughter, she could become an alliance. A younger son might become a knight, cleric, dependent, rival, or trouble. A child's life could be shaped by negotiations before the child understood the words being spoken. In such a world, affection existed, of course. Parents loved children. Nurses cared tenderly. Siblings played. Mothers grieved. Fathers worried. The medieval castle was not an emotionless machine, but love lived inside systems of land and blood. A noble child could be cherished and still used for strategy. A daughter could be loved and still sent away in marriage. A son could be praised and still forced into brutal expectations. The castle taught every heart to beat within stone limits. Servants saw all of this more closely than records usually admit. A trusted servant might know when the lord was ill, when the lady was grieving, when a child was frightened, when stores were low, when a guest was unwelcome, when a marriage was unhappy, when a guard drank too much, when a prisoner was treated harshly, when a secret message arrived, when someone slipped through a passage at night. Servants lived in the background, but background is where knowledge gathers. In a household built on rank, information could be dangerous. A servant who spoke too freely risked punishment. A servant who kept quiet could survive. A servant who knew how to carry messages, flatter superiors, avoid anger, and choose silence might live better than one who only worked hard. Castle service required intelligence. Not only strength, not only obedience, intelligence, the ability to read moods, to hear without seeming to hear, to move quickly, to know which door to use, to know when to disappear. The lowest work could place a person near the highest secrets. This is one reason household discipline mattered. A castle could not function if servants ignored order. Food could be stolen, fires neglected, keys misplaced, horses mistreated, messages delayed, chambers left cold, linen ruined, guests offended, waste allowed to pile. Small failures could become public embarrassment or real danger. Discipline might be harsh because hierarchy feared disorder. But servants were not simply victims. Some rose in responsibility. Some gained trust. Some managed important tasks. Some used proximity to power to improve their lives. A steward, chamberlain, clerk, or senior servant could wield serious influence. The household was a ladder, though narrow and uneven. A person born low did not usually climb far in rank, but within service itself, there were levels, privileges, rivalries, and ambitions. Even below stairs, people competed. The kitchen had its order. The stable had its order. The chamber had its order. The guardroom had its order. The whole castle was made of smaller worlds, each with its own pride and pressure. Among guards and soldiers, discipline carried another edge. The men who defended a castle were essential, but they were also potential threats if unpaid, insulted, hungry, or disloyal. Armed men inside walls could protect a lord or overpower him. A wise ruler understood that loyalty had to be maintained by pay, reward, honor, fear, habit, and personal bonds. A castle garrison was not a stone object. It was a community of dangerous men. Men-at-arms might spend long stretches in boredom, watching, training, repairing, drinking if allowed, gambling, boasting, complaining, remembering past fights, waiting for the next alarm. In peacetime, their violence was controlled. In war, it was needed. In disorder, it could spill inward. A castle had to manage the men who made it strong. This was another hidden danger inside fortification. The very force that defended the walls could become unstable. A quarrel between soldiers, a captain with ambition, a gate guard bribed, a garrison unpaid during political crisis. Such things could decide the fate of a castle more quietly than siege engines. Then there were prisoners. The prison spaces of castles have grown enormous in imagination. Deep dungeons, chains, darkness, dripping walls, forgotten captives. Reality varied. Some castles had proper prison chambers. Some used towers, rooms, pits, cellars, or secure spaces. Not every prisoner was treated alike. Rank mattered deeply. A captured noble might be held in relative comfort because he could be ransomed. He might dine decently, write letters, keep attendance, or move under supervision. His body had monetary value. A poor prisoner had less protection. A thief, rebel, debtor, servant, enemy soldier, or accused criminal could face confinement far harsher. Darkness, cold, hunger, chains, uncertainty, and humiliation could become daily companions. Medieval imprisonment was often not the long, standardized sentence of modern systems. It could be a holding condition before ransom, trial, punishment, exchange, coercion, or death. To be locked in a castle was to become dependent on the will of others. For a prisoner, the castle's sounds must have been painful. Footsteps above meant other people moved freely. A gate chain meant the world still opened for some. Church bells meant time continued. Laughter in the hall meant life carried on without him. Smell from the kitchen meant food existed somewhere beyond reach. Light at a narrow slit meant the sky still belonged to others. The prisoner experienced the castle as denial. The same wall that protected the Lord erased the captive. Justice, punishment, and power were tied closely in castles. A lord who held court might punish offenses through fines, shame, confinement, physical penalty, or other sanctions depending on law, custom, period, and authority. Punishment was not only correction, it was display. Public shame taught the community. A fine reminded people of authority. Imprisonment removed a threat. Execution, where it occurred under proper authority, made the most extreme statement of power over life and death. The castle's power to judge could be terrifying because it combined law with physical control. A person summoned to a lord's court did not stand before an abstract institution. He stood near walls, guards, officials, and the household of the person whose authority shaped his life. Even when procedures were customary, the atmosphere mattered. Law inside stone feels different. The chapel stood not far from these realities. That is one of the strangest and most revealing features of medieval castles. Sacred space and coercive space could exist within the same walls. A person might walk from the hall where judgment was given to a chapel where mercy was prayed for. A lord might punish one man and sponsor mass for his own soul. A prisoner might hear hymns through stone. A servant might steal food and then cross herself before a saint's image. Medieval life did not separate holiness and harshness as cleanly as modern people sometimes expect. Faith lived beside violence, mercy beside punishment, prayer beside ambition, the cross beside the sword. In the chapel, the castle admitted that all earthly power was temporary. The Lord who commanded fields and men would die. His wife would die. His children would die. The guards, cooks, prisoners, servants, clerks, masons, chaplains, and villagers would die. The walls might remain, but their owners would pass into tombs, prayers, names, and sometimes nothing. Medieval religion kept that awareness close. Death was not hidden. It was woven into life. A castle chapel might hold memorials, family prayers, relics, candles, and masses for the dead. Noble families invested in salvation as they invested in land. They gave to churches, founded chapels, sponsored priests, endowed prayers, and remembered ancestors. Power wanted eternity, or at least help in reaching heaven. The poor had prayers too, but fewer monuments. The castle remembered noble souls more loudly. Yet death entered the castle without asking status. Childbirth could kill noblewomen. Fever could take children. Infection could follow wounds. Food could spoil. Water could sicken. Epidemic could enter through servants, travelers, soldiers, or fleas. A castle might be stronger than a village cottage, but disease could pass through gates invisibly. When illness struck a noble household, the mood of the whole castle changed. Fires burned in chambers. Messengers rode for physicians, relatives, or priests. Servants whispered. The chapel filled with prayers. Herbal remedies, bleeding, diet, charms, relics, saints, and learned medicine might all be used depending on people, place, and belief. The sickbed became a place where rank could not fully defend the body. Imagine the lady of the castle beside a feverish child. Outside the chamber, guards still stand. The kitchen still works. The steward still counts. The village below still labors. But in that room, power narrows to breath, skin, prayer, and waiting. A castle can hold back armed men. It cannot command a child's fever to leave. These human moments matter because castles are too easily reduced to walls and battles. But the true castle was also grief. A mother mourning, a father hiding fear, a servant dying unnamed, a prisoner coughing in dark straw, a young knight recovering from a wound, a chaplain staying awake through the night, a household moving quietly because death is near. Stone gives no immunity from sorrow. Sometimes the emotional danger came from loneliness. High rank could isolate. A lord might be surrounded by people, but trust few. A lady might be honored publicly, yet trapped in a marriage she did not choose. A child might be sent away to another noble household for training or alliance. A hostage might live politely, but under constant threat. A noble prisoner might be treated with respect, but still feel the slow humiliation of dependence. The castle was full of people who could not leave freely. Not only prisoners. Servants could not simply walk away without consequence. Women could be bound by marriage and family duty. Children by inheritance. Guards by service. Officials by obligation. Even the lord was bound by the need to maintain power. The castle enclosed everyone differently. This is why the image of castle life as pure luxury is false. Yes, compared with peasants, the elite had warmth, food, cloth, servants, weapons, horses, and influence. Their lives were privileged. But privilege did not mean peace. It carried duties, dangers, expectations, and fears of losing everything. The castle was comfortable only in relation to the suffering outside, not in relation to modern life, and not always in relation to the soul. The great hall could shine with firelight during a feast, but the same hall might later hear accusation. Music might fill the evening, but a messenger could enter with news of war. A wedding might be celebrated under banners, but the marriage might be political. A child might be born to cheers, but the mother might not survive. A noble family might dine on meat and wine while worrying about debt, loyalty, and the king's displeasure. The castle's beauty always had tension beneath it. Entertainment helped soften that tension. Castles could host music, storytelling, games, dancing, hunting parties, tournaments nearby, religious celebrations, seasonal feasts, and visiting performers. Such moments mattered deeply. Medieval people, including those in castles, did not live only in fear. They sought joy where they could. A winter evening in the hall might include songs of heroes, saints, love, battle, loss, and distant lands. A minstrel could make the room forget its cold for a while. Stories were warmth. They gave shape to ideals, bravery, loyalty, courtly love, sacrifice, betrayal, holiness, kingship. They also taught people how to imagine themselves. A young knight listening to tales of great warriors might dream of glory. A noblewoman hearing songs of love might feel both pleasure and ache. Servants at the edge might catch pieces of stories meant for others. The hall became a place where imagination crossed rank, even if seating did not. Hunting was another form of noble life tied to castles. It was sport, training, status, and control of land. Forest rights could be tightly guarded. Nobles hunted deer, boar, birds, and other game depending on region and rank. Hunting trained riding, weapons, endurance, command, and social bonds. It also displayed privilege, because the right to hunt valuable game was often restricted. The forest that gave peasants firewood, grazing, nuts, or forage could become a noble playground and legal trap. A peasant taking the wrong animal could be punished. A lord killing for sport could call it honor. The castle stood at the center of such unequal rights. Feasting after a hunt could turn animal death into social display. Meat entered the hall. Dogs were praised. Horses cared for. Men boasted. Women judged manners. Servants cooked and carried. The forest, like the fields, was brought inside the castle and transformed into status. Everything outside could become proof of power inside. Yet the castle was never completely safe from the outside world it dominated. News traveled through gates constantly. A bad harvest, a plague rumor, a royal demand, a neighboring lord's marriage, a border raid, a merchant's report, a church dispute, a tax, a rebellion, a death, a birth, a new war, a distant crusade, a king's failure, a pope's command. The castle was enclosed, but not isolated from history. Messengers mattered. A rider arriving at dusk could change the whole mood of the household. People watched his horse, his cloak, his face, his urgency. Was the seal royal? Was the news military? Was it personal? Did it mean travel, payment, war, marriage, death? The castle waited while the letter was opened, read by someone literate, and explained to those who needed to know. Writing carried distance into stone. For many inside the castle, literacy remained limited, but clerks and chaplains could turn words into authority. A letter could command movement, a charter could confirm rights, an account could expose loss, a treaty could end danger, a marriage contract could reshape inheritance, a royal order could demand loyalty, a sealed document could be more powerful than a shouted threat because it traveled farther and endured longer. The castle, then, was not only medieval muscle, it was memory, record, and administration. In a quiet chamber, a clerk might sit with ink, parchment, wax, and a careful hand, recording what others would later call history. But many lives around him would never be written fully. The woman who carried water, the boy who slept near the stable, the old guard with bad knees, the prisoner who died before ransom, the cook burned by grease, the maid who heard everything and said nothing, the peasant fined in court, the mason who repaired the tower. They moved through the castle's life and vanished from most records. The castle remembers unequally. Stone favors the powerful, but if we listen carefully, the forgotten are still there. They are in worn steps, in smoke-blackened walls, in drains, in kitchen floors, in tool marks, in narrow servant passages, in the shape of rooms built for work, not glory, in the fact that every noble comfort required someone else's exhaustion. As night deepens again, the castle folds inward. The hall grows quieter. Servants clear the remains of supper. A guard checks the inner door. Somewhere, a noble child sleeps under heavy blankets. Somewhere, a woman prays. Somewhere, a man worries about debt. Somewhere, a prisoner shifts against cold stone. Somewhere, a servant lies down still smelling of smoke. Somewhere, a clerk covers ink. Somewhere, the chapel candle trembles. Outside, the village is dark. Inside, the castle is not one life, but many lives stacked inside stone. Some protected, some trapped, some honored, some forgotten, some powerful, some powerless, and all of them for one more night, held by walls that cannot keep out death, cannot silence ambition, cannot remove sorrow, and cannot make human beings simple. The castle stands above the world as if it is certain, but inside, nothing is certain. Not inheritance, not loyalty, not health, not love, not peace, not even the Lord's command. Only the walls seem firm, and even stone, given enough time, begins to crack. And even stone, given enough time, begins to crack. At first, the cracks are small, a thin line in mortar after winter frost, a loose stone near a stair, a roof beam weakened by damp, a gate hinge that groans more heavily than it once did, a tower that needs repair after years of weather, a wall walk where rain gathers, a chapel window letting in cold air, a kitchen hearth blackened beyond cleaning, a storehouse door warped by seasons. A living castle is always fighting decay. But as the medieval centuries moved forward, castles faced something more dangerous than rain, frost, neglect, or age. They faced a changing world. The same kind of castle that had once dominated a valley could slowly become less certain of itself. It still looked powerful. Its towers still rose above fields. Its gate still cast shadow across the road. Its hall still held meals, judgments, visitors, servants, and ceremony. But beyond the walls, forces were gathering that stone alone could not answer. Kings grew stronger in many regions. Towns became wealthier. Trade expanded. Law became more centralized. Armies changed. Weapons changed. Administration changed. And most importantly, war itself began to change. For a long time, the castle's greatest strength had been delay. It could force an enemy to stop. It could resist assault. It could protect a lord, a garrison, a family, a store of food, a crossing, or a road. But the medieval castle depended on the idea that walls could endure what men brought against them. Ladders, fire, mining, rams, arrows, stones, and siege engines were frightening. But good walls could resist them, especially when defended well. Then, gunpowder began to alter the conversation between attacker and wall. At first, early cannon were not instantly perfect weapons. They could be awkward, dangerous to use, slow, expensive, unreliable, and difficult to move. Stone castles did not suddenly become useless in a single night. History rarely changes that neatly. Old and new forms overlapped for generations. Some castles were strengthened. Some adapted. Some remained useful in local conflicts. Some continued as residences, administrative centers, prisons, symbols, or fortified homes. But the direction was clear. Cannon made high vertical walls more vulnerable. A wall that had once seemed eternal could be battered by repeated artillery fire until it shattered, cracked, or collapsed. Towers that looked magnificent against the sky could become targets. Height, once such a clear advantage, could become weakness if the walls were too thin for cannon fire. The castle's old pride had been its upward reach. The new age began to favor lower, thicker, angled defenses that could absorb or deflect artillery. War was teaching stone to crouch. The classic medieval castle, with its tall keep, proud towers, battlements, and dramatic skyline, belonged to a world where defense rose upward. The later artillery fortress would belong to a world where defense spread outward, lower and heavier, shaped by geometry, earthworks, bastions, and calculated fields of fire. It was a different imagination of power, less romantic to the eye perhaps, but more suited to gunpowder. The castle did not vanish. It transformed. Some castles were modified with gun ports, thicker walls, artillery platforms, outer earthworks, or new defensive lines. Others became militarily outdated, but socially useful. A noble family might not need the castle to resist a royal army if political order had grown stronger, but they still needed a residence worthy of their rank. They still needed a place to display lineage. They still needed halls, chambers, archives, chapels, gardens, kitchens, stables, and symbols. The castle could lose some of its military purpose and become more of a noble house. Comfort began to matter more. Not because medieval people had never cared about comfort, but because the balance shifted. In earlier centuries, defense could dominate design. Small windows, thick walls, cramped stairs, hard gates, defensible towers, limited access. Later, especially where noble life became more secure or centralized authority reduced private warfare, elites wanted more light, more space, larger windows, private chambers, refined decoration, gardens, elegant halls, and a smoother domestic life. The castle that had once looked outward in fear began to look inward toward comfort. This change did not happen everywhere at once. A castle on a dangerous border might remain grim and defensive long after a castle in a peaceful, wealthy region became more residential. Geography mattered, politics mattered, wealth mattered, the personality of owners mattered. Some lords loved military display, some loved comfort, some wanted both. A castle could have a strong gatehouse and also a beautiful chamber. It could have arrow slits and painted walls. Medieval buildings often carried mixed purposes because life itself was mixed. But slowly, in many places, the castle's meaning softened. Not for everyone. Prisons remained. Administrative power remained. Noble hierarchy remained. The poor still worked beneath elites. But the castle was less often the daily machine of local war, and more often a residence, a state center, courthouse, storage place, or symbol of old rights. This was partly because kings and central governments increasingly wanted to control violence. A landscape full of independent fortified lords was a problem for rulers who wanted stable taxation, law, armies, and obedience. A king who allowed every noble to build, hold, and fight from castles without restriction risked losing authority. Castles could defend a kingdom, but they could also fracture it. They were useful when loyal and dangerous when rebellious. So royal power often tried to regulate them. A king might grant permission to fortify. He might seize rebellious castles. He might garrison royal fortresses. He might destroy castles that threatened peace. He might reward loyal nobles with control of strongholds. He might refuse unauthorized building. He might use castles as instruments of government rather than private war. The castle, once a sign of local power, could become part of a larger state machine. This change altered the emotional life of castles. In earlier times, a lord might look from his tower and imagine himself as nearly sovereign within his lands. Later, that same tower might remind him that he served a king whose reach had grown longer. Royal courts, officials, taxes, armies, and law increasingly pressed upon local power. The Lord still had status. He still had land. He might still have great influence. But the old freedom of private war narrowed. The walls remained. The world around them had changed. Towns also changed the castle's place in society. As towns grew wealthier and more politically important, castles no longer held all visible power. Merchants, guilds, markets, urban councils, bishops, royal officials, and money itself created new centers of influence. A stone tower on a hill still impressed, but so did a busy market square, a cathedral, a town wall, a guild hall, a harbor, a bridge filled with trade, or a royal court where paper, coin, and law moved power without needing battlements. The medieval world did not stop being hierarchical, but power became more complicated. A lord in a castle might owe money to urban merchants. His household might depend on luxury goods from trade. His status might require fabrics, spices, metalwork, glass, books, wine, weapons, and crafted objects from networks beyond his estate. The castle consumed not only local grain and labor, but distant commerce. Its walls were rooted in land, yet its prestige increasingly depended on roads, ports, markets, and money. The castle that looked self-contained was never truly self-contained. By the later Middle Ages, some castles became more like noble residences shaped by courtly culture. Halls could become more refined, private chambers more important, windows larger, decoration richer, gardens more planned, comfort more visible. People wanted not only to survive behind walls, but to live with status, beauty, and pleasure. The old, cold military shell adapted to the desires of aristocratic life. Imagine a castle after generations of improvement. The outer wall still stands. The gate still looks severe. A tower still watches the road. But inside, a chamber has been made warmer with hangings. A window seat catches light. Painted decoration brightens a wall. A lady's room has cushions, embroidery, and devotional images. The chapel is better furnished. The hall displays family arms. The garden contains herbs, flowers, paths, perhaps a small enclosed space for walking. The kitchen remains busy. The servants still exhausted. The stables still loud. But the noble family now expects more refinement than their harsher ancestors. The castle is becoming a memory of war wrapped around a house of status. Yet, even as comfort grew, the castle's old violence did not simply disappear. A beautiful chamber might sit above a prison. A garden might grow beside a wall built for archers. A great hall might host music one evening and judgment the next morning. A noble household might speak of manners, poetry, and lineage while collecting rents from hungry peasants. Refinement does not erase power. Sometimes It makes power look gentler than it is. The castle learned to smile, but its teeth remained in the stone. In some places, castles fell into disuse because they were too expensive to maintain. A great fortress consumed money. Roofs, walls, gates, wells, towers, kitchens, chapels, stables, bridges, and domestic buildings all required repair. If a family lost wealth, moved to another residence, changed political priorities, or found the site inconvenient, the castle might decline. Not every ruin was dramatically destroyed in battle. Some died more slowly. A roof was not repaired. Then rain entered. Timber rotted. Floors weakened. Rooms became unusable. A tower was abandoned. The hall grew cold. Grass entered the courtyard. Animals nested in walls. Villagers took fallen stone for other buildings. The proud fortress became a quarry for the living. This slow death is easy to miss because ruins feel ancient and poetic now. But abandonment was practical before it was romantic. People did not always preserve old structures because they were beautiful. They used what they needed. A castle that no longer served power could become material. Its stones might build houses, walls, barns, roads, churches, or other structures. The old symbol of lordship could be broken apart and scattered into ordinary life. There is something fitting in that. Stone taken from peasants, labor returning to village walls, power dissolving into shelter. But many castles did not fade quietly. Some were deliberately destroyed or slighted after rebellion, civil war, conquest, or political change. To damage a castle could be an act of control. A broken fortress could no longer shelter resistance. Removing battlements, damaging walls, destroying towers, or rendering defenses useless sent a message. This place will not threaten authority again. Just as building a castle announced power, destroying one announced power too. A ruined tower could be royal victory made visible. A broken gatehouse could be a warning. A lowered wall could mean the old lord had lost. Stone carried messages even in defeat. Civil wars were especially hard on castles. When a kingdom divided, fortresses became prizes, prisons, refuges, and bargaining pieces. Families chose sides. Garrisons held out. Siege returned. Castles changed hands. Some were damaged repeatedly. Others became symbols of loyalty or treason. The same wall might fly different banners in one lifetime. For those inside, politics was not abstract. A wrong choice could mean confiscation, imprisonment, exile, execution, or ruin. A noble family might hold a castle for one claimant to the throne, only to find that claimant defeated. The castle that had protected them could become evidence against them. Walls remember allegiance. Sometimes the safest castle was the one that surrendered at the right moment. That is a hard truth of power. Courage matters, but timing can save lives. A lord who held too long might be praised if relief came and destroyed if it did not. A commander who surrendered early might be called coward or wise, depending on who wrote the story afterward. Medieval honor admired endurance, but survival often required judgment. The castle forced people into these moral decisions because walls gave time, and time demanded choice. As larger states formed, castles also became prisons of high political value. A strong, secure castle could hold enemies of the crown, noble hostages, important captives, or dangerous figures. The prison function became more prominent in some places. The castle that once defended a lord's independence might later serve royal authority by holding those who challenged it. Again, the meaning changed. A fortress of local freedom became a cage for royal enemies. A building is loyal to whoever controls the keys. For ordinary people, the old castle might still dominate imagination. Even if its military role declined, it remained part of local identity. People told stories about it. They remembered sieges, cruel lords, hidden tunnels, ghosts, buried treasure, saints, murders, betrayals, and impossible escapes. Some stories were true in origin, some grew in the telling. Some attached themselves to old stones because old stones invite memory. Ruins are never empty. They fill with stories when people leave. A broken tower against the sunset asks to be explained. A dark stair asks what happened there. A sealed doorway asks what lies beyond it. A deep well asks who fell in. A prison chamber asks who suffered. A chapel asks who prayed. A cracked wall asks what struck it. Humans cannot leave such places silent. We turn them into legends because the stone outlives the witnesses. The castle became one of the great containers of European memory. Later centuries would romanticize it heavily. Poets, painters, novelists, antiquarians, nationalists, tourists, filmmakers, and dreamers would all return to castles and fill them with longing. They would see knights, princesses, banners, moonlit towers, noble sacrifice, secret passages, ghosts, and lost honor. Some of this romance preserved interest in the past. Some of it distorted the past deeply. The living castle was colder, dirtier, busier, harsher, more political, and more unequal than the romantic castle. But the romantic image survived because castles truly do have emotional power. They stand at the edge of reality and imagination. A ruined castle makes people think of time. A complete castle makes people think of strength. A tower makes people think of watching. A wall makes people think of separation. A gate makes people think of crossing from one world into another. A dungeon makes people think of fear. A hall makes people think of feasting. A chapel makes people think of prayer. A battlement makes people think of danger. Even when we correct the myths, the symbols remain strong. The challenge is not to remove the wonder, but to deepen it. A castle is more impressive, not less, when we understand the labor behind it. The peasants who carried stone, the masons who shaped walls, the servants who kept fires alive, the women who managed households, the guards who froze at night, the prisoners who waited in darkness, the children born into inheritance, the clerks who wrote rights into records, the cooks who fed power, the horses that carried war, the villagers who lived beneath the shadow, the soldiers who listened for siege engines, the widows who defended family claims, the chaplains who prayed over fear. The true castle is bigger than fantasy. It contains more people, more work, more fear, more hunger, more ambition, more silence. By the end of the medieval age, the castle had not disappeared, but it had lost its old central certainty. In some places, it remained useful in war. In others, it had become a residence. Elsewhere, a prison. Elsewhere, a ruin. Elsewhere, a symbol of noble ancestry. Elsewhere, a tourist curiosity in future centuries, not yet born. Its military dominance faded because history moved on, but its shape remained in the mind. That may be the castle's final victory. It survived even after its original purpose weakened, not always as a working fortress, but as an image of the medieval world itself. When people think of the Middle Ages, they often see a castle before anything else. Not a field, though fields fed the age. Not a mill, though mills mattered. Not a village cottage, though most people lived closer to one. Not a market stall, though trade grew. Not a monastery, though monasteries preserved learning. Not a court roll, though documents shaped rights. They see towers. They see stone. They see walls. The castle became the face of the Middle Ages because it made the era's deepest concerns visible: land, fear, hierarchy, defense, faith, ambition, family, and control. But as evening settles over a late medieval castle, we can feel the chain. The walls still stand. The gate still closes. The chapel bell still sounds. The servants still move with tired feet. But somewhere in the distance, cannon are being cast. Kings are counting taxes more carefully. Towns are growing richer. Merchants are lending money. Clerks are writing more records. Armies are becoming more organized. Roads carry news faster than before. The world is still medieval, but it is leaning towards something else. The castle senses none of this. Stone does not know when its age is passing. It only stands. A nobleman walks along the wall and looks over the fields, perhaps proud of what his family built. He sees the village, the road, the church tower, the woodland, the river, the fading light. He sees continuity. His ancestors held this place. His children may hold it after him. The castle seems permanent, but permanence is often the feeling history gives just before change becomes visible. Below, a peasant returns from the field, glancing up as his father did, as his grandfather did, as his child may do. The castle is still part of the horizon. Its shadow still crosses the earth. Its demands still matter. Its lord still has power. For now, the old order remains. For now, night falls. The last gold leaves the stones. The windows darken one by one. A guard coughs on the wall. A servant carries a candle through a passage. A horse shifts in the stable. A clerk closes a record book. In the chapel, a prayer is spoken for the living and the dead. Outside, the road is empty. The castle stands between its past and its future, strong enough to frighten men, but not strong enough to stop time. And time, patient as ever, continues its quiet siege. And time, patient as ever, continues its quiet siege. It does not arrive with banners. It does not shout from the road. It does not drag siege engines through the mud or raise ladders against the wall. It does not gather men in armor beneath the gatehouse. It does not need fire, arrows, treachery, ransom, or hunger. Time enters quietly. It comes with rain in the cracks, frost in the mortar, ivy at the base of the wall, birds nesting where guards once stood, grass growing where horses once stamped, silence settling where servants once hurried. And slowly, the castle becomes something else. First, it becomes old. Then it becomes inconvenient. Then it becomes expensive. Then it becomes partly empty. Then it becomes memory. A castle that once ruled a valley might not know the moment its strongest days have passed. No horn sounds. No messenger arrives to say, "Your age is ending." The Lord still walks the wall. The steward still counts rents. The gate still closes. The chapel still holds candles. The kitchen still smokes. The village still looks upward. But the meaning of the walls begins to shift. What once felt necessary begins to feel inherited. What once answered urgent danger begins to answer pride, family history, local habit, and old law. The castle remains powerful, but power has started moving elsewhere. It moves into royal courts, into written records, into taxation, into paid armies, into towns, into ports, into merchants' houses, into cannon foundries, into legal offices, into roads and letters and coin. Stone still matters, but it no longer holds the whole imagination of authority. A king can command without standing in every castle. A royal seal can travel farther than a knight's shout. A tax collector with documents can reach places a tower cannot see. A merchant with credit can influence noble families whose ancestors once measured wealth only in land. A cannon can challenge walls that generations of men thought almost eternal. The castle stands, but the world has learned new ways to rule. This does not make the castle unimportant. It makes it haunted while still alive. Inside, older habits continue. The hall still knows rank. The servants still rise early. The kitchen still works before dawn. The chapel still gathers prayers. The stable still smells of straw, leather, dung, and warm animal breath. The steward still worries over accounts. The lady still manages household order. The lord still receives visitors and speaks of lineage. Children are still raised beneath painted arms and old stories. The village still brings goods, labor, grievances, and memory to the gate. But now, in the distance, there are signs of a wider world pressing closer. A letter from the king may matter more than the neighboring lord. A debt to a merchant may matter more than a quarrel over a strip of land. A court case in a distant town may matter more than a judgment in the old hall. A cannon in an enemy camp may matter more than the thickness of the keep. The castle is no longer the only answer to danger. And when a thing is no longer the only answer, it must either change or become a monument to what used to be. Some castles change beautifully. Their owners add windows where defense once demanded narrow slits. They make chambers warmer. They hang tapestries, build gardens, widen domestic spaces, improve kitchens, create more comfortable rooms, and turn military severity into aristocratic elegance. The outer wall may still look fierce, but inside, life becomes softer for those who can afford softness. The castle begins to dream of becoming a house. Not an ordinary house, of course. Never that. It remains noble, elevated, symbolic, but it shifts from a place designed first to endure attack into a place designed to display family, taste, hospitality, and memory. The Lord does not stop wanting power. He simply wants power to be more comfortable. A new window is cut into an old wall. Light enters where darkness once served defense. A chamber receives painted decoration. A garden is enclosed where men once trained. A private room becomes more important than the public hall. A noblewoman walks in a small garden with herbs and flowers, while above her, battlements once built for archers now serve as a dramatic outline against the sky. This is how history changes, not always by tearing down the old world, but by teaching it new manners. Yet for the servants, comfort above often means more work below. Larger windows mean more cleaning, more cloth, more furnishings, more expectation. Refined dining means more kitchen labor. Richer rooms mean more sweeping, carrying, laundering, airing, folding, polishing, heating, and guarding. The castle's beauty still rests on tired feet. The old truth remains. Someone always carries the water. Someone always tends the fire. Someone always cleans the room after the powerful leave it. The castle may soften for the noble family, but not for everyone inside the walls. The hierarchy remains. The smell of smoke remains. The cold remains in hidden passages. The prison may remain. The accounts remain. The village obligations remain. The old structure learns refinement, but it does not become equal. Still, there are castles that do not adapt. Some are too remote, some too damaged, some too expensive, some tied to families that lose fortune, favor, or heirs. Some become militarily useless and domestically uncomfortable. Some are abandoned when a newer residence is built in a gentler place, closer to roads, markets, courts, or pleasure. Some remain occupied only partly, with whole sections shut, roofs failing, chambers unused, and towers entered only by birds, storage, or memory. Abandonment does not always begin dramatically. A room is closed for winter and never properly reopened. A roof leak is delayed because money is short. A tower stair becomes unsafe. A wall walk is no longer repaired. The chapel loses its regular priest. The great hall is used less often. The family spends more time elsewhere. The servants are fewer. The kitchen fires burn lower. The courtyard grows quieter. A castle can die by becoming unnecessary one room at a time. And then the weather continues the work. Rain finds the roof. Frost opens the joints. Plants push into cracks. Birds bring seeds. Roots widen gaps. Timber rots. Floors sag. Lead is taken. Stone is reused. Tiles vanish. Doors disappear. Villagers may carry away loose stone to build cottages, barns, walls, or roads. What once represented authority becomes material. The castle gives itself back to the world, not willingly, but slowly. The same stone that once looked down upon the village may become part of a village wall. The Lord's fortress becomes someone's hearth. The old tower becomes a quarry. Power returns to labor. There is a strange justice in that, quiet but real. The castle was built by human hands, fed by human hands, warmed by human hands, repaired by human hands, defended by human hands. When its age passes, human hands take it apart, not out of hatred always, often out of need. Stone is useful. Timber is useful. Metal is useful. The poor do not preserve ruins for beauty when their own roofs leak. Romance usually begins after necessity has moved away. Only later, when the castle no longer threatens, when the Lord no longer commands from the hall, when the gate no longer controls real fear, when prisoners no longer listen in darkness, when rents are no longer carried up that road, when guards no longer challenge travelers, does the ruin become beautiful to the imagination. A broken castle is safer to love than a living one. The living castle demanded. The ruined castle only asks to be remembered, and people remember it in many ways. Some remember through stories of war, a siege, a betrayal, a lord who held out against impossible odds, a gate opened at night, a tower struck by fire, a heroic defense, a terrible massacre, a queen hidden in a chamber, a rebel imprisoned, a family destroyed by ambition, a child born during battle, a priest who refused to abandon the chapel, a messenger who escaped through a secret path, a guard who slept at the wrong moment, a woman who defended the walls when men were gone. Some of these stories are true. Some are half true. Some are polished by generations. Some attach themselves to stones because stones attract stories like moss. A castle without legends feels unfinished because its shape invites mystery. Narrow stairs, sealed chambers, deep wells, underground rooms, ruined towers, old chapels, arrow slits, broken gates. Each one seems to ask what happened here. Human beings dislike empty silence. We fill it with voices. And so the castle becomes a storyteller after its people are gone. But the stories often choose the powerful first. Lords, ladies, knights, kings, prisoners of rank, battles, betrayals, noble deaths. Their names survive more easily because records favored them. Their seals, charters, tombs, marriages, disputes, and inheritances were written down. The castle itself often bears their symbols: coats of arms, carved shields, family chapels, memorials, towers named after owners. But beneath those names lies another population. The people who made the castle live. The cook who knew how to feed a hall full of guests when stores were low. The girl carrying linen through a passage before sunrise. The old mason repairing the same wall his father once helped build. The groom sleeping near restless horses. The guard who watched empty roads through years of boredom and one night of terror. The laundress with cracked hands from cold water. The servant who cleaned a chamber after childbirth, fever, or death. The boy turning a spit until his arms trembled. The clerk who ruined his eyesight over accounts in weak light. The prisoner whose name was never valuable enough to preserve. The village woman who brought eggs to the gate. The peasant man fined in a court that still exists only as a line in a roll. The child who stared up at the tower and learned where power lived. They are harder to see, but they are there. A castle without them is false. If we walk through a ruined castle at dusk and listen beyond the famous names, we can almost reconstruct them. The great hall is empty now, but the floor once shook with feet, dogs, benches, cups, voices, and commands. The kitchen is cold now, but once it roared with heat, smoke, shouting, knives, pots, meat, bread, and urgency. The chapel is roofless now, perhaps open to rain, but once candles trembled there while people whispered prayers for childbirth, war, sickness, forgiveness, and the dead. The tower is broken now, but once a guard stood there in wind, watching a road that seemed to lead out of the known world. The gate is silent now, but once every entry mattered. A guest entered with dignity. A peasant entered with anxiety. A prisoner entered with dread. A messenger entered with news. A servant entered with exhaustion. An enemy entered only if the castle had failed. The same stones saw all of it. This is why castles hold such emotional power. They are not just architectural remains. They are places where human hierarchy became physical. They show us how people tried to protect themselves from danger while creating new forms of fear. They show us how families turned land into inheritance, how rulers turned authority into walls, how workers turned stone into structure, how communities lived beneath symbols they did not fully control, how violence and beauty can share the same courtyard. A castle can be beautiful and unjust, protective and oppressive, sacred and violent, impressive and uncomfortable, romantic from a distance and brutal up close. That is why it belongs so perfectly to the medieval world. The Middle Ages themselves resist simple imagination. They were not only dark, not only noble, not only ignorant, not only faithful, not only cruel. They were human, full of fear, order, devotion, hunger, art, violence, tenderness, ambition, and survival. The castle gathers these contradictions into one shape. From far away, it looks simple. A tower, a wall, a gate. But the closer we come, the more complicated it becomes. There is the military castle, built to delay enemies. The domestic castle, built to house a noble family. The administrative castle, built to manage land and law. The prison castle, built to hold bodies. The symbolic castle, built to frighten, impress, and remember. The ruined castle, built again in imagination by people who never suffered under it. All of these castles are the same castle, seen from different moments in time. And every moment leaves a trace, a scratch in stone, a smoke stain, a filled-in doorway, a widened window, a blocked passage, a rebuilt tower, a broken stair, a chapel niche, a well shaft, a beam hole, a drain, a foundation under grass. To the casual eye, these are just details. To history, they are sentences. They tell us where people cooked, defended, prayed, stored, slept, watched, feared, and changed their minds. Buildings are records written in material. They do not tell us everything, but they tell us what survived the weather. The castle's final transformation happens in the minds of those who come long after. People arrive centuries later when the battles are over and the rent rolls are dust. They walk through the gate without asking permission. They climb stairs once reserved for guards. They stand in halls where rank once decided who could sit. They look out from towers once meant for watchmen. They take pictures where prisoners may have begged. They admire the view that once helped control a region. They are free to wander because the castle's power has died. That freedom is easy to miss. A modern visitor may say, "How beautiful." A medieval peasant might have said, "How heavy." A modern visitor may say, "How romantic." A servant might have said, "How cold." A modern visitor may say, "Imagine living here." A prisoner might have said, "Imagine never leaving." The past changes depending on where we stand. That is why we must stand in more than one place. Stand on the wall with the guard. Stand in the hall with the lord. Stand in the kitchen with the cook. Stand in the chamber with the lady. Stand in the chapel with the frightened mother. Stand in the prison with the captive. Stand in the village field with the peasant looking up. Only then does the castle become real. Not one story, many. The decline of castles did not remove them from history. In some regions, they remained inhabited, restored, rebuilt, romanticized, turned into palaces, converted into barracks, used as prisons, preserved as heritage, or shattered in later wars. Some became national symbols. Some became tourist sites. Some remained private homes. Some survived as fragments barely visible in fields. Some disappeared so thoroughly that only earthworks remain, low mounds under grass where timber towers once declared lordship. Even absence can be a castle, a mound in a field, a curve in a ditch, a village name, a broken wall in a farmyard, a stone reused in a cottage, a story about a tunnel that may never have existed. History does not always remain in grand ruins. Sometimes it survives as a shape in the land, visible only when the sun is low and shadows reveal what the plow could not erase. The earliest Motte and Bailey castles, especially those built in timber, often vanished this way. The wood is gone, the palisade gone, the tower gone, the shouting gone, but the mound remains. To a person who does not know, it may look like a strange hill. To someone who listens, it is the footprint of fear. A castle does not need standing walls to have once changed lives. This is important because the castles that survive most dramatically are often the castles of the wealthy and powerful. Stone fortresses, royal strongholds, major noble residences. But countless smaller castles shaped local worlds and then disappeared. Their stories are humbler, but not less real. A timber tower on a mound could dominate a small valley just as powerfully in its moment as a great stone fortress dominated a kingdom. History is not only what survives beautifully, it is also what shaped lives and vanished. The medieval castle, whether grand or small, teaches us that power always wants form. It wants to be seen, approached, feared, entered, guarded, inherited, and remembered. In the medieval world, stone and timber gave power a body. The castle made authority visible to people who might never read a charter, meet a king, or understand distant politics. They could understand the wall. They could understand the gate. They could understand the tower above the field. Architecture speaks before language. A castle said, "Someone commands here." It said, "This land is not open." It said, "Protection has a price." It said, "Danger is expected." It said, "Hierarchy is normal." It said, "Memory begins with those who can build in stone." But time answers every message. The castle says, "I will endure." Time says, "For a while." The castle says, "I rule this valley." Time says, "Until the valley forgets your name." The castle says, "My walls are strong." Time says, "I have reign." The castle says, "My lord is powerful." Time says, "His bones will join the earth." The castle says, "Remember me." And time, strangely, sometimes agrees. Not because the castle wins, but because ruins have a way of surviving defeat. At sunset, A ruined castle can seem more alive than many living buildings. Light gathers in broken windows. Grass moves in the courtyard. Birds cross the sky where smoke once rose. The stones change color from gray to gold to black. The village below may be modern now. Roads may be paved. Fields may be fenced differently. The old obligations gone. The old fear softened. But the tower still shapes the horizon. It no longer rules. It remains. And remaining is its last kind of power. A person standing there at evening may feel what generations felt in different ways. Smallness, wonder, unease, admiration, sadness. The castle gives us distance from our own time. It reminds us that what seems permanent is not permanent. That every system, no matter how strong, becomes history. That every wall is temporary. That every household vanishes. That every powerful family becomes, eventually, a name someone must look up. But it also reminds us that human beings build because they are afraid. They build walls against enemies, houses against weather, chapels against despair, records against forgetting, stories against silence. The castle is one of the greatest examples of this human need to give fear a shape, and then ask that shape to protect us. Sometimes it did. Sometimes it failed. Sometimes it became the very thing people feared. And still, we return to it. We return because the castle holds the medieval world in one image. The village below, the lord above, the chapel within, the road outside, the prisoner beneath, the guard on the wall, the servant in the kitchen, the child in the chamber, the enemy beyond the fields, the dead beneath the floor, the future already waiting beyond the horizon. As darkness comes over the ruin, the modern world grows quiet for a moment. No medieval horn sounds. No gate chain moves. No steward calls for accounts. No cook shouts for firewood. No lord looks down from the tower. No prisoner listens for keys. No peasant climbs the road with rent. Only wind passes through the broken openings. But if we let the scene settle, the silence is not empty. It is full of what ended. The castle has become a memory palace for people who never had palaces of their own. It preserves the ambition of lords, yes, but also the labor of those who carried stone, the hunger of those who fed it, the fear of those who attacked it, the boredom of those who guarded it, the prayers of those who slept inside it, and the long shadow it cast across ordinary lives. The night deepens. The stones cool. The hill darkens. Somewhere below, lights appear in the modern village, small and warm, where medieval hearths once glowed in another age. The castle watches no longer with authority, but with the strange patience of ruins. It has lost its lord. It has lost its gatekeepers. It has lost its banners. It has lost its fear. But it has not lost its power to make us remember. And perhaps that is why, long after the medieval world faded, long after cannon's smoke passed, long after kings changed, Laws changed, roads changed, and villages became towns. The castle still stands in the imagination like a dark shape against the evening sky, not because it was only beautiful, but because it was human, built from fear, fed by labor, filled with lives, broken by time, and remembered because stone, even cracked and silent, can still speak. And remembered because stone, even cracked and silent, can still speak. But before the castle became a ruin, before tourists walked through its broken gate, before grass covered the courtyard, before birds nested in the arrow slits, before poets turned it into romance, and painters placed it beneath golden skies, it had one more life to live. It became a symbol, not only of military power, not only of noble pride, not only of feudal control. Something deeper happened as the centuries passed. The castle became the shape people used when they wanted to imagine the Middle Ages themselves. If someone thought of medieval Europe, they saw a castle first. A tower on a hill, a wall against the sky, a gate with iron and shadow, a hall lit by fire, a knight riding beneath banners, a lady at a window, a prisoner in a dark chamber, a village below, a road leading into danger. Some of this image is true. Some of it is memory. Some of it is dream. And that is why castles are so powerful. They stand between history and imagination. They are real enough to touch, but symbolic enough to transform. A person can place a hand on the wall of a ruined castle and feel actual stone cut by actual workers centuries ago. But in the mind, that same stone opens into stories: siege, hunger, pride, betrayal, inheritance, prayer, fear, romance, cruelty, protection, and loss. A castle is not only a building, it is a doorway into the medieval mind. The people who lived in and around castles did not see them the way we do. They did not look at the tower and think of a tourist postcard. They did not walk through the gate hoping to feel atmosphere. They did not admire the dungeon because it looked dramatic. They knew the castle as part of the working order of life. It had names, rules, smells, officials, dangers, sounds, and demands. To the lord, it might be inheritance. To the lady, responsibility. To the steward, accounts. To the cook, heat. To the servant, exhaustion. To the guard, boredom and risk. To the prisoner, terror. To the peasant, authority. To the child, the shape of the world. But to later centuries, the castle became something else. It became a memory container. When societies changed, people looked backward and found in castles a lost world they could admire, criticize, romanticize, or reinvent. The same fortress that may once have represented oppression could later become a symbol of national pride. The same tower that held prisoners could become a beloved landmark. The same hall that once displayed inequality could become a place where visitors whispered about banquets and legends. History often softens what distance makes safe. A living castle was difficult to love from below. A ruined castle is easier. This is one reason medieval castles became so deeply romanticized. When the real political power faded, imagination moved in. The rough edges softened. The smells disappeared. The cold vanished. The servant labor became invisible. The hunger below the hill was forgotten. The violence became noble combat. The lord became heroic. The lady became beautiful and sad. The knight became loyal. The prisoner became mysterious. The ruin became picturesque. But the real castle resists this simplification. It does not allow only romance. It asks us to remember the full human cost. It asks us to remember that the shining hall was cleaned by tired hands, that the feast required fields and animals and kitchens, that the beautiful chapel stood near places of punishment, that the strong gate protected some people and excluded others, that the tower watched not only enemies, but villagers, that the wall meant safety to one person and fear to another. A castle was never innocent stone. It was social order made visible. And yet, we do not have to reject the wonder. The castle deserves wonder, but a deeper kind. Not the shallow wonder of fairy tales, where the past becomes costume and decoration. A better wonder, the wonder that human beings could raise such structures with hand tools, ropes, animals, carts, scaffolds, mathematics, memory, and courage. The wonder that stone walls could survive war, weather, abandonment, and centuries of change. The wonder that a building could hold so many different lives at once. The wonder that a ruin can still make modern people stop, look upward, and feel time. That kind of wonder does not erase truth. It makes truth more powerful. Imagine one castle across its entire life. At first, there is only a hill. Grass bends in the wind. Animals graze. A path crosses nearby. Perhaps villagers walk past it without thinking much. Perhaps children play there. Perhaps the old people know stories about the place, or perhaps it is simply land. Then men arrive. Trees fall. Earth is dug. A ditch appears. A mound rises. Timber is dragged upward. A palisade forms. A tower stands. The hill has changed forever. People below lift their eyes and see that power has become visible. Some feel safer. Some feel threatened. Most feel both. Years pass. Wood becomes stone. A keep rises. Walls stretch. A gatehouse grows stronger. A courtyard fills with buildings. Smoke rises from kitchens. Horses stamp in stables. A chapel is built. A lord's family settles into rooms. Servants carry water. Guards watch roads. Peasants bring rent. Prisoners wait. Children grow up beneath the shadow of inheritance. The castle becomes normal. Then war comes. The gate closes. Refugees crowd inside. The enemy appears on the road. The first arrow flies. Men shout from the walls. Siege engines are built. Food is counted. Water is guarded. The chapel fills. Stones strike stone. Somewhere in the night, men dig beneath the earth. A child cries in a chamber. A guard bleeds on the wall. A servant carries water past wounded men. The Lord tries to look brave. The lady hides fear behind command. The castle holds, or perhaps it falls. Either way, it changes. Repairs follow. Stories grow. The wall has scars now. The old men remember. The young listen. The castle's reputation deepens. It is not only a building now, it is a survivor. More years pass. The family changes. One lord dies. Another inherits. A marriage brings new banners. A widow holds authority for a child. A steward is hated. A feast is remembered. A prisoner dies. A chapel receives a gift. A tower is strengthened. Window is widened. Comfort grows. War changes. Cannon appear in the world. The castle remains, but the old confidence weakens. Then the family moves more often to another house. The castle is still kept, but not with the old urgency. A roof is patched poorly. One chamber is closed. A tower is used for storage. The hall is quiet more often. The gate still stands, but fewer carts pass through. The village below continues, no longer looking up with the same fear. Then abandonment begins. Rain enters. Birds nest. Ivy climbs. Stone falls. Children from the village dare one another to enter old rooms. A traveler sketches the ruin. A poet gives it sorrow. A later age gives it romance. The castle, once a living instrument of power, becomes an image. But the hill remembers all of it. The first grass, the first ditch, the first tower, the first cry of alarm, the first wedding, the first body carried to the chapel, the first stone to fall, the last fire in the hall, the first visitor who came only to admire. This is why castles feel heavy even when empty. They compress time. A ruined wall may contain 500 years of human intention. The stone was cut for one reason, repaired for another, attacked for another, admired for another, photographed for another. Each generation gives the castle a new meaning, but the old meanings do not disappear completely. They remain layered. A castle is a stack of human fears. Fear of enemies, fear of hunger, fear of losing land, fear of dishonor, fear of rebellion, fear of God, fear of death, fear of being forgotten. And yet, it is also a stack of human hopes. Hope for protection, hope for inheritance, hope for survival, hope for family continuity, hope for divine favor, hope for status, hope that stone might outlast flesh. That last hope came true only partly. Stone did outlast flesh, but it did not preserve everyone equally. The Lord's name might survive in a charter. The builder's patronage might be remembered. A noble marriage might be recorded. A siege might enter chronicles. But the servant who carried water through winter may have no name. The mason who shaped the arch may have no grave marker. The cook who fed the hall may be only smoke in memory. The guard who watched 40 years of empty roads may have vanished completely. This is the moral challenge of castles. They preserve the shape of power better than the lives that served it. So when we tell the story of castles, we have to bring those lives back deliberately. We cannot rely only on the stones, because stones are loyal to those who paid for them. We have to imagine carefully, responsibly, from evidence, from comparison, from household records where they survive, from archaeology, from wear marks, from kitchens, drains, tools, bones, documents, and the simple logic of human need. A castle needed food, so someone cooked. It needed warmth, so someone carried fuel. It needed clean cloth, so someone washed. It needed defense, so someone watched. It needed repairs, so someone climbed scaffolding. It needed authority, so someone obeyed, resisted, or suffered. The hidden people are not decoration. They are the castle's bloodstream. Without them, the castle is dead even while standing. This matters especially for a sleep history journey, because quiet history is often the history of ordinary endurance. Battles are loud. Kings are loud. Towers are loud. But the deeper past often survives in repeated actions. Sweeping the hall, kneading bread, locking the gate, counting grain, lighting the chapel candle, standing watch, whispering prayer, carrying water, mending cloth, waiting for morning. These actions do not always change the map, but they keep the world alive. In the medieval castle, the grand and the ordinary were inseparable. The lord's command depended on the stable boy. The feast depended on the kitchen maid. The defense depended on the mason. The chapel depended on wax and cloth. The prison depended on keys. The hall depended on firewood. The family legacy depended on nurses, mothers, scribes, servants, soldiers, and peasants, whose names were rarely carved anywhere. The castle looked like one man's power. In reality, it was many people's labor arranged around one man's power. That is a harder truth, but a better one. As the medieval world faded into the early modern age, castles became witnesses to change. They saw old feudal obligations weaken or transform. They saw stronger monarchies rise. They saw gunpowder reshape war. They saw noble families adapt, decline, or reinvent themselves. They saw villages grow, towns expand, roads improve, markets deepen, documents multiply, and money change relationships that had once been explained mostly through land and duty. Some castles adapted, some resisted, some were rebuilt into palaces, some were left behind, some were shattered in wars far later than the Middle Ages. Some became prisons, barracks, storehouses, estates, ruins, museums, homes, or symbols. No single ending belongs to all castles, but all castles, in one way or another, had to face the fact that history does not preserve original purpose forever. A building may remain, but meaning changes around it. The same wall can be defense, then status, then inconvenience, then ruin, then heritage. People change, and buildings are forced to change with them, even if the stone itself seems still. That is why a castle can feel peaceful now while having been born from violence. The violence is not gone. It is distant. Distance changes emotion. A battlefield becomes a field. A prison becomes a room. A gatehouse becomes a photo. A lord's seat becomes a tourist stop. A symbol of domination becomes a symbol of local pride. This is not necessarily wrong. Places are allowed to gather new meanings, but the older meanings deserve respect. A castle should not be reduced to pretty stone. It should be approached as a witness. Ask what it witnessed, who built it, who paid for it, who worked here, who feared it, who ran toward it, who was shut out, who was locked inside, who died here, who prayed here, who ate well here, who went hungry because of it, who inherited it, who lost it, who broke it, who remembered it. Those questions turn a ruin back into history. And when we ask them, the castle becomes less like a fantasy and more like a human document written in walls. The deeper lesson of medieval castles is that security and power are always connected, but never perfectly. People build walls because they want safety, but walls create inside and outside. They protect some and exclude others. They gather resources and create targets. They slow enemies, but they can trap defenders. They display strength, but they expose fear. They promise permanence, but they decay. They make authority visible, but they also make resentment visible. Every wall asks a question. Who is it for? Who is it against? Who built it? Who maintains it? Who benefits? Who pays? The medieval castle answered those questions in stone, often harshly. It was for the lord, his family, his household, his soldiers, his stores, his claim. It was against enemies, rivals, rebels, raiders, and sometimes the very people below. It was built by laborers, peasants, craftsmen, masons, carpenters, quarrymen, and animals. It was maintained by servants, tenants, officials, guards, and workers. It benefited the powerful most directly, while sometimes sheltering the wider community. It was paid for by land, rents, dues, taxes, labor, and the wealth extracted from the countryside. This does not make castles less fascinating. It makes them honest. And honest history lasts longer than fantasy. As the night deepens in our imagined ruin, let us walk one last time through the castle as it may have been, not in 1 year, but across many centuries at once. We pass through the gate, and for a moment the old guards return. One leans on a spear. Another watches the road. The ironwork is dark. The wood is heavy. The gate smells of rain, horse, and smoke. We step into the courtyard, and the silence fills with movement. Servants cross with buckets. A cart unloads grain. Chickens scatter. A dog barks. A groom leads a horse toward the stable. A mason shouts from scaffolding. A boy runs too quickly and is scolded. Mud clings to everything. We enter the kitchen, and heat strikes us. Smoke rises, pots simmer, bread waits, meat hangs. A cook gives orders. A young servant wipes sweat from her face. The air is thick with labor. We enter the hall. The fire burns. Benches are arranged. The Lord's table is raised. People speak in low voices. Someone laughs. Someone waits nervously near the wall. A messenger stands with dust on his cloak. The room is not only a place to eat, it is a place to be measured. We climb the stairs. The stone is worn in the middle where countless feet have passed. In a chamber, a noblewoman speaks with a servant. Cloth hangs on the wall to keep out cold. A child plays near a chest. Outside the window, the village lies small beneath the hill. We enter the chapel. The candlelight softens the stone. The air smells of wax and damp. Names of the dead seem close. A prayer rises for protection, for childbirth, for victory, for forgiveness, for souls that cannot speak for themselves. We descend. The air grows colder. A locked room waits. Perhaps no one is inside today. Perhaps someone is. The darkness has its own memory. Then we climb again to the wall. Wind moves across the battlements. The countryside opens in every direction: fields, road, river, woodland, village, church, horizon. This is what the castle saw. This is what it wanted to control. This is what fed it. This is what threatened it. This is what outlived it. From here, the castle seems powerful again. But then the vision fades. The servants disappear. The guards disappear. The Lord's table empties. The chapel candle goes out. The kitchen grows cold. The prisoner's room falls silent. The gate breaks. The roof collapses. The wall cracks. Only the outline remains beneath the stars. That outline is enough, because the castle's story is not only about what stood, but about what passed through it. Human lives moved through these walls like firelight, bright for a moment, then gone, leaving smoke on stone. Some lives were recorded, most were not, but all were real. Every medieval castle, whether great or small, was filled with people trying to survive the systems they inherited. Some held power. Some served power. Some feared power. Some resisted power. Some were crushed by it. Some found shelter in it. And all of them lived beneath the same sky, in a world where stone seemed stronger than flesh, but flesh gave stone its meaning. This is why castles remain, not because they explain everything about the Middle Ages, but because they gather so much of it into one form. They show us the age's insecurity, hierarchy, faith, warfare, ambition, domestic life, labor, artistry, cruelty, and longing for permanence. They show us how people made the landscape speak. They show us how fear can become beautiful with distance. They show us how power can survive as architecture long after it stops ruling anyone. And perhaps they also warn us. Every age builds its own castles, not always of stone, sometimes of money, law, technology, borders, institutions, reputation, memory. Every age builds structures to protect what it fears losing. Every age believes some walls will last. Every age forgets that time has patience. The medieval castle stands as a reminder that even the strongest walls are temporary, but the lives shaped by them matter. The people who looked up at those walls, walked through those gates, cooked in those kitchens, prayed in those chapels, watched from those towers, and slept beneath those shadows were not distant shadows themselves. They were human beings in a hard world, making choices, carrying burdens, loving children, fearing hunger, seeking honor, obeying orders, telling stories, and hoping morning would come safely. The castle was their world's great stone sentence. And now, centuries later, we are still reading it. The night settles fully. The ruined wall turns black against the sky. The village lights below are modern now, but soft and small like old hearths. The road is quiet. No army comes. No lord commands. No gatekeeper asks a name. The castle no longer rules the valley. It no longer protects the fields. It no longer imprisons the unlucky. It no longer feeds a hall or collects a rent. It only remains. And in remaining, it asks us not to forget what power looked like when it was made of stone. Not to forget those who lived above. Not to forget those who lived below. Not to forget that history is never only kings and battles, but also kitchens, wells, servants, children, prisoners, prayers, mud, hunger, and the long labor of ordinary hands. The wind passes through the broken gate. Grass moves in the courtyard. Stars gather above the tower, and the medieval castle, once a weapon, once a home, once a prison, once a world, becomes at last what all human power becomes when time has finished with it. A story, a silence, a shadow, a memory under the moon.